Chapter 890. From David's point of view, the black dragon Alexis's greatest value should be its soul energy. Killing the black dragon Alexis would give him soul energy equivalent to that of a god. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. As long as the black dragon Alexis gave him conditions that he was not tempted by, he would take care of everything here, including the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis felt David's indifference through the soul connection between the shadow, pterosaur, and David. At that moment, the black dragon Alexis immediately rejected the conditions that he had thought of before. It seemed that this human who had brought him hope was not easy to get along with. The black dragon Alexis first comforted, "Human, you can rest assured. The one who imprisoned me must have fallen into a deep sleep. He has no spare energy to care about things here." The black dragon Alexis and David did not mention the name of the god of death. Once the name of the god of death was mentioned in this place, it would immediately trigger a natural reaction from the sleeping god of death. The god of death's slumber did not completely ignore the affairs of the world. It was just that he had set up various countermeasures to deal with the affairs of the world automatically. As long as the trigger conditions were met, the corresponding response would be given. "You want my help? What do I get in return?" David asked directly. He did not want to waste any more time. If the negotiations were successful, then so be it. If not, then he would clear the place. "I can provide the method to break through the shackles of level 5 and help you break through. You probably also realized that level 5 is a bottleneck. No matter how hard you try, you can't break through it, right? I can help you." The black dragon Alexis raised the first condition. "Not enough," David said calmly. Although the shrines had always blocked the method to break through level 5, the shrines had long been infiltrated by the nobles. The method to break through level 5 had also been leaked. David had seen the method to break through level 5 from Lord Gould, as well as some books. After reaching the peak of level 5, one could obtain divinity from the gods and break through level 5 by fusing with the divinity. But the biggest problem with this method was the slaughter of gods, and the fusion of divinity was full of unknown consequences. The dragon race's method of breaking through to Tier 5 is very different from the deity's method of breaking through to Tier 5, and the chances are also higher. The black dragon Alexis continued to explain. "Black dragon Alexis, if you knew my age, you would know that I'm not in a hurry to break through to level 5. David was interested in the black dragon Alexis method of breaking through to level 5, but he didn't want to just take advantage of it. Upon hearing David's words, the black dragon Alexis couldn't help but expend some of its mental strength to examine David's body through its bloodline divine spell. David didn't reject the black dragon Alexis probing, but he didn't allow the black dragon Alexis to probe deeper. It could only probe a small part of his body. "Why are you so young?" Even the black dragon Alexis, who had experienced the era of the war with dragons, couldn't help but exclaim. The black dragon Alexis found that David's true age was less than 20 years old. 20 years was the amount of time that a giant dragon would close its eyes and take a nap. No matter how much of a genius one was, to reach level 5 in 20 years, only a very small number of top creatures could do it. For a creature like a human to achieve such a cultivation speed, even the black dragon Alexis felt that it was unimaginable. Is it possible for a human's cultivation talent to reach such a terrifying level? The black dragon Alexis said somewhat unconfidently, if David had the bloodline of a giant dragon, it might be possible for him to reach level 5 as soon as he reached adulthood due to the purity of his giant dragon bloodline. Just like some wyverns, pure wyverns would reach level 5 as soon as they reached adulthood. However, that wasn't the result of cultivation. Moreover, the purer a wyvern's bloodline, the lower its fertility, and the fewer of them there were. The black dragon Alexis understood David's meaning. In terms of a human's body, David could live for at least another 400 years. For a 20-year-old David, breaking through to level 5 was something he didn't need to think too much about. "Human, what do you want?" The black dragon Alexis had no choice but to ask. "Black dragon Alexis, how about this? You sign a master-servant contract with me, and I'll set you free until the end of my life." David thought for a moment and proposed a condition. To be honest, there weren't many things about the Black Dragon Alexis that could really move David apart from its combat ability. Even that so-called method of breaking through the shackles of level 5 wasn't something that David was particularly interested in. David knew his own situation. His situation was very special, and there were many strange mysteries in his body. He even had a feeling that as long as he was given time, his future would be possible. No, Black Dragon Alexis will never become a slave. The Black Dragon Alexis rejected without even thinking about it. Black Dragon Alexis, think about it again. It's only a master-servant contract. You should know that the legendary giant dragons don't have a good reputation. I don't want to be killed by you after I save you and become your food, David said with a smile. The Black Dragon Alexis fell silent. During the era of the giant dragons did indeed treat humans as one of their many sources of food. The Black Dragon Alexis thought about its current situation. It didn't know how long it could last. 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years. It would eventually become a puppet of the Grim Reaper one day. And if it became the servant of this human in front of it, it would be restricted for at most 500 years. When this human died of old age, it would be free. The Black Dragon Alexis even wondered if the master-servant contract could restrain it. It should be known that with the strength of its soul, if the difference in soul strength between the two parties was too great, the binding force of the master-servant contract would be very weak. When that time came, the Black Dragon Alexis could pay a small price to forcefully break the contract at any time, even if its soul was damaged. Of course, this would require a long period of recovery for the Black Dragon Alexis to allow its soul to recover to its peak before it could forcefully break the contract. Otherwise, with its current soul state, breaking the contract would be suicide. All right, I agree with your suggestion. The Black Dragon Alexis finally agreed helplessly. A very wise choice. David smiled. He released his spirit and enveloped the 36th level 4 evil god believers. This time, he didn't even use his soul avatar. After practicing the illusion spell, his spirit attack power had been greatly improved. The level for evil god believer was chanting. His belief in the Grim Reaper was extremely firm, especially when he was torturing the giant dragon. It made him feel that the Grim Reaper was omnipotent. The giant dragon, which was equivalent to a god, was chained here by the Grim Reaper. The level 4 evil god believer had been here for decades, watching the giant dragon slowly being eroded and transformed with his own eyes. Every time the level 4 evil god believer chanted, his heart would be filled with pride and excitement. Torturing the giant dragon was his greatest enjoyment. Especially today, the level 4 evil god believer had seen the giant dragon in pain many times, which made him even more excited and excited. Just as the level 4 evil god believer's eyes were shining, he suddenly felt that the air around him had solidified. His chanting was forcefully suppressed into his stomach. Then his body felt like it was being grabbed by a giant hand, and a huge force was squeezing inwards from outside his body. The level 4 evil god believer wanted to call for help, but all his companions in his line of sight were like him, being controlled by some kind of power. David didn't give the level 4 evil god believer any chance to fight back. He used his spirit to crush them. With the spirit of a level 4 Sky Knight, attacking a level 4 evil god believer whose body's defense was weaker than a level 4 Sky Knights was very easy. Not to mention that these 36 level 4 evil god believers were fully immersed in their chanting and didn't put up any defense at all. The sound of bones breaking came from the cave. The 36th level for evil god believers died without knowing who killed them. The shadow attendant flew out and absorbed all the souls. The Black Dragon Alexis obviously noticed the existence of the shadow attendant, but it was smart enough not to ask. The level 4 evil god believers were all dead, and the chanting was forcibly ended. The alchemy circle that stopped chanting returned to normal, and the 500 souls that were crazily biting the Black Dragon Alexis also stopped. The shadow attendant wasn't interested in these polluted souls. It estimated that these souls were ordinary human souls, and it would consume more soul energy to clean up the pollution than to obtain soul energy. The shadow pterosaur removed its invisibility when David attacked, but all the evil god believers, including the level for evil god believer, were in the middle of the attack and didn't notice David's existence. David's figure flashed and appeared in front of the black dragon Alexis. He was going to deal with the 6 chains next. Be careful. These chains are high-grade divine artifacts. The black dragon Alexis warned through the soul connection of the shadow pterosaur. The black dragon Alexis's mood was very complicated. On one hand, it had hope of escaping, and it had a very big chance. On the other hand, it was about to sign a master-servant contract. After signing the master-servant contract, Alexis' every action would be under David's control until he was unable to forcefully break the master-servant contract. As a giant dragon with the combat power of a god, it had to become a servant of a human. Although this was a level 5 human, it was enough to make the black dragon Alexis feel embarrassed. Fortunately, it only needed a few hundred years to get rid of the restrictions of the master-servant contract. Even if David could break through to level 5, it wouldn't take more than 1,000 years. The black dragon Alexis could accept the price of 1,000 years in exchange for freedom. It could endure a moment of grievance in exchange for eternal freedom. Before unlocking the chains, shouldn't we sign the contract first? David said calmly. Although the black dragon Alexis appeared to be very weak, David couldn't guarantee that if he really released the black dragon Alexis, how much power would it have left and whether he could suppress it. David wouldn't base his safety on the black dragon Alexis's promise. He completely believed that the black dragon Alexis would never sign the master-servant contract if it had a chance. Don't insult the giant dragon's reputation, the black dragon Alexis said loudly through the soul connection. The black dragon Alexis's strong reaction was met with multiple energy attacks from the 6 chains, causing the black dragon Alexis to tremble uncontrollably again. David didn't move. He just looked at the black dragon Alexis quietly, waiting for the black dragon Alexis's decision. All right, let's sign the contract first, the black dragon Alexis said helplessly. It had no choice but to lower its head. David recalled the information about the master-servant contract in his mind. He had obtained a large number of books about nobles, and among them were about contracts. Nobles could contract all kinds of transcendent creatures. After 10,000 years of development, the master-servant contract had already been developed to the extreme, especially the master-servant contract passed down by the shrines. David saw the shadow of the divine runes in it. However, David didn't choose the master-servant contract with the divine runes. He didn't want the consciousness of the God of justice to appear when signing the contract. Therefore, David could only choose the very primitive master-servant contract. That was the earliest master-servant contract. There was no complicated content in the contract, only a few very simple clauses. The servant cannot disobey the master's orders. The master's life is above all else. The servant's priority is to protect the master. The servant who disobeys the contract will have his soul destroyed, lose his consciousness, and fall into eternal darkness. David had a feeling that this master-servant contract was the safest. He trusted his intuition. David formed the contract in his soul, but when he confirmed the content, his heart moved, and the contract text turned into holy text. He didn't know that this action of his was returning this ancient master-servant contract to its original version. Holy text was a top-level language among all kinds of languages. It was on the same level as the dragon language. The holy text itself had incredible magical effects. Fortunately, David only used the holy text to form the contract. He didn't need to read out loud. Otherwise, his mind wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. He directly connected the holy text, master-servant contract, to the mind of the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis saw the contents of the holy text, master-servant contract. The black dragon Alexis couldn't help but sigh. He thought that David would have a loophole in the master-servant contract. Who knew that he would see the holy text, master-servant contract, The Black Dragon Alexis wondered if the holy text, a language used by the gods, had become a language that could be mastered by normal people. The holy text was different from the dragon language. The dragon language didn't care about outsiders, because without a dragon body, the dragon language couldn't be used. But the holy text was different. As long as one had enough mind, they could use the holy text to activate the corresponding rules. If one's mind was strong enough, they could use words to kill powerful enemies. The Black Dragon Alexis gave up on the idea of tampering with the master-servant contract. He left a soul mark on the holy text master-servant contract. David felt a heavy feeling coming from the holy text master-servant contract. The master-servant contract between him and the Black Dragon Alexis came into effect. Chapter 891. In David's soul space, a master-servant contract floated in the air. On the contract, the name of the Black Dragon Alexis flashed with golden light. The light of the name was even brighter than the entire contract. From this, it could be seen that the soul of the Black Dragon Alexis was much more powerful than David's soul. If this situation continued, it would bring about some hidden dangers in the future. When the soul of the Black Dragon Alexis recovered to its peak, it could use its own soul as a small price to forcefully cancel the master-servant contract. However, just as the name of the Black Dragon Alexis on the master-servant contract began to shine with golden light, David's main soul and the 96 level 5 soul avatars all shone with golden light. Under the control of the two god crystals, they turned into a thick golden light and entered the other name of the contract. David didn't really understand the changes in his soul space, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he observed the changes that would happen next. As for the two god crystals, after experiencing many incidents, he finally understood the pattern of the two god crystals. When a master-servant contract between David and the Black Dragon Alexis appeared in the soul space, it must have triggered some preset condition of one of the god crystals, causing the god crystal to use all of the level 5 soul origins. Of course, David wouldn't use the name Arthur Lewis to sign the master-servant contract. He used the name David Kerr. At this moment, the light of the name David Kerr became brighter and brighter. Originally, the light of the name David Kerr was much weaker than that of the name Black Dragon Alexis. However, the soul space was David's home ground. With the help of the two god crystals and the 96 level 5 soul avatars, the light of the name David Kerr was like a bonfire, while the light of the name Black Dragon Alexis was like a candlelight. Although the level of the golden light on the name Black Dragon Alexis was higher, the amount of faint golden light on the name David Kerr completely surpassed the name Black Dragon Alexis in terms of quantity, making up for the lack of light level. The Black Dragon Alexis also felt it. It repeatedly sensed the information from the master-servant contract in disbelief. Its name represented the strength of its soul. As a true god, no matter how weak the Black Dragon Alexis was, its soul was still god level. In front of the Black Dragon Alexis, David was only a rank 5 temple knight, or perhaps a rank 5 spiritual user. But no matter what, he was only rank 5, and there was a huge gap between his soul and that of the Black Dragon Alexis. However, the fact that the Black Dragon Alexis felt that its name was being suppressed on the master-servant contract meant that it couldn't forcefully break the contract. The Black Dragon Alexis was furious. It didn't know what happened to David, but it was obvious that David had his own secrets. Otherwise, how could David's soul suppress its own? David didn't know what the Black Dragon Alexis was thinking, because he didn't know what the situation just now meant. The Black Dragon Alexis was unlucky. Indeed, David's soul was special, but it couldn't be compared to the soul of the Black Dragon Alexis. However, the Black Dragon Alexis wasn't just comparing itself to David. It also had to compare itself to the 96 rank 5 souls and 2 god crystals. The Black Dragon Alexis gave up on the idea of forcefully breaking the master-servant contract. It had accepted its fate. It would take at least a few hundred years, and at most 1,000 years. For the Black Dragon Alexis, who had an almost endless lifespan, it was just a short period of time. At this time, The black dragon Alexis seemed to have forgotten that David's lifespan was less than 20 years, and he had already reached such a level of strength. Perhaps the black dragon Alexis didn't believe that David had the ability to become a god. As long as he didn't become a god, he wouldn't be immortal. "Can you let me out now?" the black dragon Alexis urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that Alexis didn't dare to have too many emotional and mental changes after being struck by the death god chain multiple times, he would have been even more agitated. Of course, black dragon Alexis, wait a moment. David sensed the master-servant contract in the soul space, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. Fortunately, the black dragon Alexis didn't dare to use its spirit carelessly. Otherwise, it would have noticed the pride on David's face and guessed that David had taken advantage of the master-servant contract. David also knew that the most important thing now was to let the black dragon Alexis out. He came in front of one of the death chains. He was prepared, but he found that the death chain only targeted the black dragon Alexis and wouldn't actively attack. This was understandable. The death god couldn't personally control this place. Everything here was managed by the followers of the death god. If the death chain actively attacked the surrounding life forms, it would definitely hurt the followers of the death god. Judging from the power of the death chain, which was a divine artifact that was personally set up by the death god, anyone below level 5 would not be able to withstand the attack of the divine artifact. David observed the situation of the death chain. The death chain was fixed to the rock below the black dragon Alexis. This huge black rock was extremely sturdy and large. It was a complete rock that went deep into the ground. A large number of divine runes were carved on the rock, making it almost indestructible. Just from this rock alone, David could feel the terror of the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had forcefully changed the texture of this huge rock, turning it into a rock with a hardness comparable to that of a grade 5 stone. Of course, the death god had used a large number of divine runes to achieve this. Although the rock had reached the hardness of a level 5 material, it couldn't be used as a real material. This was because once the rock was broken, it would lose the hardness of a level 5 material. David used his finger to lightly flick the black rock below the black dragon Alexis. He found that the force of his flick was quickly dispersed to the entire surface of the black rock. Seeing this situation, he understood that even if he used a level 5 weapon and the power of his level 5 bloodline, it would take a long time to slowly deplete the energy of the divine runes to break this black rock. You can slowly destroy this rock. That one is in a deep sleep. You have all the time. The black dragon Alexis said through the master-servant contract. The black dragon Alexis was afraid that David would be worried about the existence of the death god and retreat at this time. So he explained. David frowned. The way the black dragon Alexis addressed him didn't have the attitude of a servant toward the master at all. It seemed that he had to show some strength and let the black dragon Alexis know how powerful he was. "No need," David said calmly. After saying that, David activated his innate ability, underground sneaking. If the death god's chain wasn't buried in the rock and was instead made of metal, he might really have to do what the black dragon Alexis said and use a level 5 weapon to slowly hack it. However, as long as it was a rock, no matter how hard it was still a rock. The underground sneaking ability had the power of the rules, and the use of rock and earth was also controlled by this ability. Therefore, 2 seconds after David said that, the black rock at the bottom of the death god's chain in front of him naturally separated, revealing the hidden part of the chain below. David also saw a special divine rune hidden in the death god's chain. That special divine rune contained the existence of a consciousness. If the death god wasn't asleep, David wouldn't dare to touch the divine weapon of the death god, no matter how much courage he had. However, the death god was already asleep, and the divine weapon of the death god was only left with a consciousness that didn't have any intelligence to control the death god's chain automatically. What ability is this? The black dragon Alexis was a little confused. He knew exactly how hard the rock below him was. However, this kind of rock that was difficult to break, even for the weak black dragon Alexis, was like soft mud in front of David. Even a knowledgeable black dragon Alexis didn't know about the innate ability of underground sneaking. When the black dragon Alexis was free, the Zergs hadn't invaded yet. He had never seen this kind of innate ability that was unique to the Zergs. David smiled and didn't reply to the black dragon Alexis. It was too troublesome to explain the origin of the innate ability of underground sneaking, so he was too lazy to do so. He activated the hypnosis rune in his soul space, and the innate ability of hypnosis, which was beyond level 5, was activated. A hypnosis rune drawn by pure mind flew out and rushed towards the special divine rune on the Death God's chain. Although the Death God's chain wouldn't attack anyone other than the black dragon Alexis, who could guarantee that if David reached out to control the chain, it wouldn't attack him. Therefore, David chose to use the innate ability of hypnosis. In his opinion, the only way to deal with the consciousness hidden in the Death God's chain was to use a mind attack. The innate ability of hypnosis came from the god of plague, Gladstone. With the innate ability of a god, it was very likely that it would be able to deal with the consciousness of another god. The hypnosis rune flew into the special rune on the Death God's chain, and the consciousness didn't even have the will to resist before it was affected by the hypnosis rune. The one who felt it the most directly was the black dragon Alexis. Originally, there were 6 Death God's chains binding it, but now there were only 5. The last Death God's chain had given up its duty. "Hurry up and untie these chains," Black Dragon Alexis said respectfully. After all, it had signed a master-servant contract with David. When David showed these special abilities, the Black Dragon Alexis, who felt that it was about to escape from the abyss of suffering, couldn't help but feel grateful to David. Naturally, its tone was filled with respect. When David showed enough ability to earn the respect of the Black Dragon Alexis, the Black Dragon Alexis was bound by the master-servant contract and had to show the attitude of a servant. David nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Although this Death God chain was controlled by the innate ability of hypnosis, it didn't completely belong to him. He used the hypnosis rune to command the Death God's consciousness to open up the rune. Then he left his own spiritual imprint in the rune and brought the Death God's consciousness out of the rune. David carefully put the golden Death God's consciousness to the side. At this time, the Death God's consciousness was still in a state of hypnosis, so it wouldn't actively connect with the Death God. He went to the other 5 Death God chains and used the same method to separate 5 golden Death God's consciousness and use his own spiritual imprint to control the 5 Death God chains. When David really controlled the Death God chains, he also received the information of the Death God chains. The divine artifact, Death God's chains, was originally the weapon of the Death God. Any creature that was bound by the divine artifact, Death God's chains, would lose all ability to resist from the soul to the body. Their life and death would be under the control of the divine artifact, Death God's chains. David wasn't too happy about getting another divine artifact. Different from the divine artifact, Dark Shadow, the Death God's followers would definitely know the origin of the divine artifact, Death God's chains. As long as someone saw the divine artifact, Death God's chains, they would know that he saved the Black Dragon Alexis. He wasn't worried about the Death God's followers knowing, but he was worried about the Death God's reaction. He was afraid that the Death God would wake up from its slumber and come looking for him directly after knowing that he saved the Black Dragon Alexis. Just think about it. If David spent tens of thousands of years preparing for a major event that would greatly increase his power, and it was ruined by someone, he wouldn't let the person who destroyed it go. David had a headache. He first put one end of the divine artifact, Death God's chains, at his waist. 6 tentacle-like chains stretched out and replaced his legs to lift his body up. This was one of the ways the divine artifact, Death God's chains, could transmit information. It could replace the body's legs, and the 6 tentacles could increase the body's movement speed by a lot. The 6 chains of the divine artifact, Death God's chains, could even be more agile than the body's limbs. I'm finally free. Black Dragon Alexis's broken body was powerless as it tried to stretch. Its body that hadn't moved for tens of thousands of years, and its injuries were a little difficult to control, but still rolled its body and spoke excitedly in dragon language. "How are your injuries?" David asked Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. "My injuries are very serious, but it doesn't matter. As long as I recuperate for 100 years, I will be able to recover part of my power. Black Dragon Alexis replied confidently. But the Black Dragon Alexis's reply made David's face darken. Recuperating for 100 years was such a long time. How could he endure such a long time? Is there any way to recover faster? David asked in a low voice. Of course I do, but I don't think you'll be able to help me. I need divine tear healing potions to speed up the recovery of my body. They're extremely precious treasures, even to deities. Black Dragon Alexis replied helplessly. Black Dragon Alexis didn't believe that David had a god tier healing potion. Chapter 892. God tier healing potion. Does this count? David asked as he took out an alchemy potion bottle from his dimensional pendant and tossed it to the Black Dragon Alexis. This alchemy potion bottle was naturally the undying life force that David had prepared for cooking. Although it wasn't much, it was even less for cooking. This bottle was enough for him to use for a long time. The Black Dragon Alexis' body was very large, so the small alchemy bottle naturally couldn't be caught with its dragon claws. Besides, the Black Dragon Alexis was severely injured at the moment and didn't have the strength to make any big movements. At this time, the Black Dragon Alexis wasn't desperately trying to escape. If it was desperately trying to escape, it could pay a certain price and forcefully stimulate the potential of its body so that it could have some mobility even when it was severely injured. The Black Dragon Alexis caught the alchemy bottle with its spirit. When its spirit opened the bottle, its huge eyes were full of surprise. Undying life force. The Black Dragon Alexis couldn't wait to drink the bottle of undying life force. As for the injuries on its body, the Black Dragon Alexis was more concerned about the corrosion in its body. The injuries to its vital organs were the main reason it couldn't recover quickly. Unfortunately, although the undying life force was good, compared to the huge body of the Black Dragon Alexis, this small bottle of undying life force was too little. Do you still have undying life force? The Black Dragon Alexis looked at David with expectant eyes and asked. To be honest, the Black Dragon Alexis didn't believe that David still had undying life force. In the era of the dragons, undying life force was very rare. It was very difficult for gods to be injured, but if they were injured, it would be a very serious matter. Other than slowly recovering through their own body, there were only a few ways to speed up the recovery. God-tier healing potions were one of the ways gods often prepared, but the problem was that they were very difficult to obtain. Gods had to pay a huge price to exchange for them from gods who could produce God-tier healing potions. The undying life force was one of the best among the God-tier healing potions. It had no side effects, and as long as enough undying life force was accumulated, it could heal all kinds of injuries. Black Dragon Alexis, you may have signed a master-servant contract with me, but that doesn't mean that I, as your master, will do anything for you, David said in a deep voice. Until now, the Black Dragon Alexis hadn't asked for David's name, and it didn't seem like it had any intention of doing so. It could be seen that although the Black Dragon Alexis showed respect due to the constraints of the master-servant contract, this was only on the surface. From the fact that it didn't ask for David's name, it could be seen that it didn't value David at all. I'm sorry, but I have draconic knowledge here. Please accept it. Although the Black Dragon Alexis did not show anything on the surface, it was ecstatic in its heart because it had heard that David still had undying life force. It immediately formed an object similar to a ball of knowledge in draconic and sent it to David. David did not stand on ceremony. Because of the master-servant contract, the Black Dragon Alexis could not harm him, so he accepted the Draconic Knowledge Ball. After the Draconic Knowledge Ball made contact with his mind, it turned into a stream of information that was transmitted into his brain, and a large amount of knowledge quickly rolled around in his mind. Fortunately, David had long been used to the ingestion of large amounts of knowledge. Although the total amount of draconic knowledge was not small, it was still acceptable to him. After accepting the draconic knowledge, David tried to speak in draconic. Your method of condensing knowledge is not bad. Give this method to me too, and I'll pass the language I use to you in the same way. The Draconic language used a very special way of pronunciation, but with the transfer of Draconic knowledge and David's extremely strong learning ability, he could speak very fluently even though he was not used to it. Of course, no problem. This is just a small trick. The Black Dragon Alexis did not pay much attention to the method of condensing knowledge and did not realize the importance of this technique. Another ball of light appeared, and after David contacted it with his mind, it automatically turned into information. This was an advanced technique of mind manipulation, copying a specific memory and making it into an energy ball that could be accepted by the mind. David packaged the memory of the divine language, especially since his divine language was obtained through the Shadow Attendant's knowledge ball, so it was easier to package it. He handed the energy ball of the divine language to the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis really wanted to not take it, because it was equivalent to exchanging languages with each other. The Black Dragon Alexis had originally planned to use Draconic to exchange for some undying life force, to speed up the recovery of its injuries. However, the Black Dragon Alexis could not refuse. It gave the Draconic knowledge, and David gave the divine language knowledge. It seemed fair. However, the knowledge of the dragon language was something that only the nobles could learn in ancient times. The dragon language also had a special effect. Although only the giant dragons could fully utilize the effects of the dragon language, this also showed that the dragon language was extraordinary. Therefore, exchanging Draconic for a normal divine language was definitely a huge loss for the Black Dragon Alexis. David was very satisfied with the technique of creating the energy ball of knowledge that the Black Dragon Alexis gave him. This technique was a great tool for learning new knowledge. Lord David, after the Black Dragon Alexis obtained the knowledge of the divine language, it also recognized David's name on the master-servant contract. It did not want to call David master, so it changed to a title that it could accept. Black Dragon Alexis, you have to call me Arthur in this world. My name in this world is Arthur Luce. David only realized now that the Black Dragon Alexis did not ask for his name before. It probably did not recognize David's name on the master-servant contract and was too embarrassed to ask. Lord Arthur, how can I exchange for immortal life force from you? The Black Dragon Alexis asked respectfully. The Black Dragon Alexis's attitude and its huge body formed a strange contrast, which made David feel extremely out of place. How much immortal life force is needed for your body to fully recover? David was not going to exchange for it. After all, there was the master-servant contract. As long as he asked, the Black Dragon Alexis would have to answer. Of course, David did not think of what he needed at this time. He could ask for it when he needed it in the future, so he directly asked for the quantity. The Black Dragon Alexis was obviously a little stunned. If it was a god that produced immortal life force and had experienced countless years of accumulation, it would be understandable for it to ask this question. However, David was not even 20 years old. What did it mean by asking this question? Could it be that if it answered a quantity, David would be able to give it? Just 100 more of the quantity, just now. With doubts, the Black Dragon Alexis still answered. David frowned slightly. He did not expect that the Black Dragon Alexis would need so much immortal life force. Isn't it too much? Give me how much you have first. Let me recover some of my strength so that I can work for you. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at David's expression and immediately said, Wait, David said with a wave of his hand. His spirit spread out and completely covered the whole cave. He found that the cave was surrounded by a substance that isolated aura. This substance was very unfamiliar to him. It was probably some kind of substance from a long time ago. David did not find any other magic circles or patterns that could transmit information. This place was completely isolated from the outside world. Thinking about it, such a secret was hidden here. Of course, it was impossible for any aura to leak out. David also sensed the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reaper around him. The consciousnesses of the Grim Reaper were still in a hypnotized state and were also not a threat. After finding that there were no problems, 2 holes opened up on the back of the divine weapon Dark Shadow on his body. 2 wings stretched out from his back and spread out through the divine weapon Dark Shadow. After the energy wings appeared, a strong holy aura appeared on David's body. This formed a clear contrast with the evil aura of the divine weapon Dark Shadow on his body. At this moment, both holy and evil appeared on David's body. If the Black Dragon Alexis was not 100% sure that David was a human, it would have suspected David's race. David did not mind exposing some secrets in front of the Black Dragon Alexis. The restrictions of the master-servant contract were very large. At least as long as he was alive, the Black Dragon Alexis would not be able to betray him. "Catch," David said in a deep voice. He brought out the indestructible life force from his bones. The milky white indestructible life force formed a mist and flew towards the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis did not have time to be surprised. It hurriedly moved its mind to let the indestructible life force fall on its body. It did not want to waste any of the indestructible life force. The reason why David opened up the energy wings was that he needed to bring out a lot of indestructible life force this time. Only when he opened up the energy wings could he ensure that enough energy would enter his bones and transform them into enough indestructible life force. The Black Dragon Alexis was enjoying the greatest pleasure in tens of thousands of years. On the huge wound on its body, the corrosive aura of the Grim Reaper turned into black mist and dissipated. The wound returned to its golden color, which was unique to divine creatures. The indestructible life force continued to fall on the wound. The flesh on the wound began to grow and covered the exposed bones bit by bit. It was then slowly covered by black skin. In the end, dragon scales reappeared on the black skin. It was hard to believe that the Black Dragon Alexis was on the verge of death just a moment ago. Now, the Black Dragon Alexis' black dragon scales were shining with a dim light, completely protecting its body. The Black Dragon Alexis had no more injuries on its body. Other than the damage to its soul that could not be healed immediately, its body had completely recovered. With the Black Dragon's unique defense and attack power, the Black Dragon Alexis had recovered more than half of its strength. David was also a little tired. This was the first time he had done this kind of mass production of indestructible life force. He knew that mass production of indestructible life force still had some effects on his body, but he could recover with some rest. He decided that as long as he had free time in the future, he would produce some indestructible life force. He did not want to cause such a big commotion when he needed it. Black Dragon Alexis, how do you feel? David put away the energy feather wings and stopped the supply of indestructible life force. The energy feather wings returned to David's body through the two holes on the back of the divine artifact Dark Shadow. The two holes on the back of the divine artifact Dark Shadow automatically merged together as if they had never appeared. This was the freedom of the divine artifact. It was very convenient for David's energy feather wings to appear. Black Dragon Alexis said happily, "Lord Arthur, thank you for your treatment. My body has completely recovered. Only the damage to my soul still needs some time to heal, but I can already fight for you." Black Dragon Alexis's smile did not last long. It thought of a serious problem, and this problem made its happiness disappear instantly. Black Dragon Alexis asked carefully, "Lord Arthur, can you produce indestructible life force on your own?" Before it recovered, Black Dragon Alexis expected the answer to be yes, but now the Black Dragon Alexis hoped that David's answer would be no. "This is my secret. As long as there is enough energy, indestructible life force can be produced at any time." David had been hiding this secret for a long time. Finally, he could tell someone he trusted 100%. He was very happy when he said this. Ever since David knew about the existence of indestructible life force, he understood how important his ability to produce indestructible life force was. Some information from Lord Gould let him know that indestructible life force was a treasure that only the gods could come into contact with, even in the shrines. David kept this secret in his heart. He did not dare to tell anyone about it until today, when he got close to the Black Dragon Alexis, who had signed a master-servant contract with him. Black Dragon Alexis felt bitter because David, who could produce indestructible life force, had a special ability. This ability might not have any combat power, and it might not even have any auxiliary functions, but it was envied by all life. That was the ability to live forever. As long as there was enough indestructible life force, the body would not age and would always be in its most youthful state. Indestructible life force was a divine item that could break the rules of nature. Under its effect, life would become truly indestructible. This was the origin of the name Indestructible Life Force. Black Dragon Alexis was willing to sign a master-servant contract because it knew that human life was limited. As long as it reached the end of its life, it would be able to get rid of the master-servant contract and become free. Black Dragon Alexis looked at David. It would always listen to this human's orders and treat this human as its master. Thinking of this, Black Dragon Alexis's heart was filled with murderous intent. As long as it killed David, it would be free. Just as the Black Dragon Alexis's murderous intent, the master-servant contract flashed. Then, the Black Dragon Alexis felt as if its soul was being hit by a giant hammer. It could not help but let out a shrill scream. This was the punishment from the master-servant contract. Although it could not kill it, it could make it suffer great pain. Chapter 893. David also sensed the message from the master-servant contract, and a smile appeared on his face. The master-servant contract had been signed successfully, and it was impossible for the dragon to have any autonomy, let alone attack its master. In the history of the great world of God, there were many transcendent creatures with special abilities. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they signed a master-servant contract, they could only submit in the end. Although the target of the master-servant contract was a giant dragon, as long as the master-servant contract was established, he would be able to control the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis, whose soul had already been severely injured, felt a bone-piercing pain. This pain came from the depths of its soul, and even though it had been tortured for tens of thousands of years, it was still unbearable. David looked at the Black Dragon Alexis and warned in a deep voice, "Black Dragon Alexis, I saved you, and you were willing to sign the master-servant contract with me. This is the first time this has happened, and it will also be the last time. If there is a next time, I will use the master-servant contract to destroy your soul." David's voice had a firm tone. In his heart, although the Black Dragon Alexis was important, it was not irreplaceable. If the Black Dragon Alexis died, David would also gain a lot of benefits. Although it was unknown whether the Black Dragon Alexis's body could be revived and whether it could be controlled after it was revived, it was still a god-level soul that was enough for David. The Black Dragon Alexis, who was in extreme pain, knew that it would never be able to get rid of this identity in the future. If it had been during the era of the dragons, the Black Dragon Alexis would rather die than accept this result. However, after being tortured by the Grim Reaper for tens of thousands of years, the Black Dragon Alexis no longer had the determination it had in the past. This could be seen from the fact that it had agreed to sign the master-servant contract. Otherwise, with its identity as a giant dragon, the Black Dragon Alexis would never sign a master-servant contract with a human under any circumstances. The Black Dragon Alexis lowered its noble head and said, "Lord Arthur, as you command." David casually sent out a strand of undying life force. Although it didn't have much of an effect on the damage to the soul, it could still alleviate the pain. He thought for a moment and summoned the Shadow Attendant. In the Shadow Attendant's body, the souls of the 36 level 4 evil god believers turned into a mass of pure soul energy. David transferred the soul energy from the Shadow Attendant's body into the Black Dragon Alexis's body. The Black Dragon Alexis felt the soul energy. It was a little surprised by the complexity of David's ability. This kind of soul energy could only be refined by a god who was good at soul research. As a dragon, the Black Dragon Alexis was not good at such things. What was good, it was fighting. He did not have the patience to study these meticulous operations. However, the Black Dragon Alexis also knew the benefits of soul energy. It guided the soul energy into its own soul, and a wave of comfort came from the depths of its soul. It couldn't help but moan. After a minute, the black dragon Alexis recovered. The soul energy could only alleviate its injuries. If it wanted to heal its soul injuries, David could only provide the soul energy of the gods to the black dragon Alexis after slaying the gods. Fortunately, the punishment of the black dragon Alexis due to the master-servant contract had ended. It had at least returned to its previous state before the punishment. David sensed the state of the black dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract and asked, "Black dragon Alexis, do you have a way to deal with these 6 consciousnesses?" The 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers that were affected by David's hypnosis talent were still in a hypnotized state. David had no way to deal with these consciousnesses. These consciousnesses had a master. The Grim Reapers would only be affected by the hypnosis talent when they were asleep. However, David dared to destroy the consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers, which would definitely be detected by the Grim Reapers. "Sir Arthur, do you mean to give these to me?" the black dragon Alexis asked, a little surprised. In the eyes of the black dragon Alexis, these 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers were good things. Of course, this was relative to its current state. If the black dragon Alexis was in its peak state, it wouldn't care about these 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers at all. David also heard the thoughts of the black dragon Alexis and said with a smile, "If you can deal with them properly, then I'll give them to you." "Sir Arthur, thank you." The black dragon Alexis was a little touched and thanked him. After receiving David's help many times, the black dragon Alexis' resistance to becoming David's servant decreased a lot. The black dragon Alexis stretched out its dragon claws and held up the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers, feeling the strange state of the consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers. This ability that could even affect the consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers was close to the power of the gods. This made it feel even more special about David. The black dragon Alexis put the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers into its mouth and chewed them like snacks. David, who was on the side, had been paying attention to the state of the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers. He didn't want any accidents to happen and attract the attention of the Grim Reapers. The mouth of the black dragon Alexis was like another dimension. When the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers were bitten by the sharp teeth inside, they woke up from their hypnosis state. However, these 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers had completely lost contact with the Grim Reapers and were quickly broken down by the black dragon Alexis' teeth and turned into God-level spiritual energy. Of course, this God-level spiritual energy was mixed with a large number of consciousness fragments of the Grim Reapers. If it was David, he wouldn't dare to absorb it at all. Otherwise, it would cause great damage to David's soul. However, this little effect was useless to the black dragon Alexis. It absorbed the God-level spiritual energy and used it to heal its soul. David waited for the black dragon Alexis to absorb the energy of the 6 consciousnesses of the Grim Reapers and said, "Black dragon Alexis, I have something to discuss with you." The black dragon Alexis lowered its head and said to David, "Sir Arthur, the black dragon Alexis obeys your orders." David was very satisfied with the attitude of the black dragon Alexis. This was the attitude that a servant under a master-servant contract should have. David thought for a moment and said, "The world today is ruled by 5 gods. The other gods are all heretics and have been expelled and suppressed. The one who imprisoned you is the same." The black dragon Alexis nodded. It had also guessed that the Grim Reapers must have lost their power. Otherwise, why would they let go of the opportunity to personally make God-level puppets? For so many years, the black dragon Alexis had never seen the Grim Reapers appear again. It also knew that the Grim Reapers were in a deep slumber through various signs, which made it even more certain of the Grim Reaper situation. It was just that the black dragon Alexis didn't expect the 5 gods to be able to pacify the world. How powerful were these 5 gods? David didn't say the names of the 5 gods, and the black dragon Alexis didn't ask. They both knew that it wasn't easy to say the names of the gods, especially the existence of the black dragon Alexis. It was even more important that the gods didn't pay attention to it this time. With the status of the black dragon Alexis, once it was noticed by the gods, just as David said, the other gods would be considered heretics. The black dragon Alexis was no exception. "Sir Arthur, have you heard any news about the other dragons?" The black dragon Alexis's question was filled with anticipation and worry. The anticipation was naturally because it wanted to hear news about the dragons, but the worry was because the black dragon Alexis's current status as a servant. It was a small matter if the dragons knew about it and laughed at it, but it would be troublesome if it was hunted down by the dragons. Wait a minute, David thought about it, and decided to pass on the history of the great world of God to the black dragon Alexis so that it could understand this world and avoid any accidents. David copied and packaged the history of the great world of God from his memory, turned it into an energy ball of knowledge, and threw it to the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis connected the energy ball of knowledge with its mind and quickly absorbed and digested the history of the great world of God. The age of the dragons. The black dragon Alexis muttered to itself. Even though it had heard from David that the 5 gods ruled the world, in the black dragon Alexis's heart, the dragons were still invincible and powerful. But the black dragon Alexis didn't expect that the invincible dragons would eventually become the age of the dragons in history. Even the wyverns, which had the highest concentration of blood, had disappeared. Only a few creatures that claimed to have the blood of the dragons showed that the age of the dragons had existed in this world. It's good that they left. I hope the dragons found a home to live in. The black dragon Alexis said in a low mood. Black dragon Alexis, if you leave now, you will be immediately detected by the 5 gods. Do you have a way to hide your presence? David ignored the black dragon Alexis's feelings and asked. David remembered that the god of plagues, Gladstone, had only leaked a little of his presence from the small world to the main world, and it was detected by the shrines. After that, the shrines formed a divine war and killed the god of plagues. According to David's understanding, the black dragon Alexis was an existence equivalent to a god. Once it appeared in the main world, its presence would definitely be detected by the shrines. The shrines would then hunt it down and kill it. Lord Arthur, you don't have to worry. I only have the combat power of a god. My strength and defense are comparable to that of a god, but I am completely different from a god. We dragons are a life form recognized by the rules of the world. Our power is generated from the origin of our bodies, and it is completely different from that of a god. The body of a god is restricted by the rules of the world, and it is impossible for them to use their full power. The black dragon Alexis explained proudly. The dragons were originally the masters of the world. They were born with the power to break the rules, but they were recognized by the rules of the world. On the other hand, the gods were hostile to the rules of the world. The gods themselves were the products of breaking the rules. When they appeared in the main world, they would naturally be detected by the rules of the world. The shrines used this to discover the ancient gods who had accidentally awakened in any location in the great world of God. That's good. But with your size, why don't you enter the summoning ring? Your body is too eye-catching, David said in his heart. As long as the black dragon Alexis was not discovered by the shrines, it would be fine. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble afterward. The black dragon Alexis felt the summoning ring on David's finger. It did not want to enter the ring at all. It had enough of the enclosed space. I can shrink my body. It won't affect your movements. The black dragon Alexis said helplessly. After saying that, the black dragon Alexis took the initiative to use the ability it did not want to use. It should be known that during the era of the dragons, a large body represented greater strength. The ability to shrink one's body was developed to facilitate movement in special environments. The mountain-like body of the black dragon Alexis suddenly disappeared. Of course, this was only a visual effect. The black dragon Alexis did not disappear. Instead, it shrunk to the size of a kitten, and because its body shrunk, the original terrifying aura of a giant dragon also disappeared. In its place was a cute pet. It was no wonder that the giant dragons did not like to shrink. If the black dragon Alexis did not want to stay in the enclosed summoning ring, it would definitely not want to be in this state. Fortunately, the giant dragons had left the great world of God long ago. The black dragon Alexis did not have to worry about being seen by acquaintances. David used his mind to feel for a moment. he found that the black dragon Alexis's aura was indeed very well hidden. Even with his powerful mind, he could not sense the strength of the black dragon Alexis in this state. At this time, the black dragon Alexis was like a transcendent creature with the blood of a giant dragon. Although it looked a little strange, there are too many transcendent creatures that look strange. It was normal for nobles to have pets with them. Very good, but do you still have combat power in this state? David asked with a smile. Lord Arthur, with you as the standard, I have combat power that surpasses yours in this state. The black dragon Alexis did not hold back and said honestly. David naturally would not be angry about this comparison. Instead, he was very satisfied. This was equivalent to having a powerful existence that could crush a level 5 with him. If necessary, the black dragon Alexis could also return to its giant dragon state at any time. David summoned the shadow pterosaur that he had put away because of his fear of the black dragon Alexis and prepared to leave this place on the shadow pterosaur. Lord Arthur, can you allow me to destroy this place? The black dragon Alexis did not move and pleaded with David. David hesitated slightly. If the black dragon Alexis destroyed this satellite, it would be equivalent to telling the believers of the cult of death that something had happened here. But on second thought, this kind of thing could not be hidden for long. The believers of the cult of death would soon find out. It would be good to let the black dragon Alexis fit. He could also see the strength of the black dragon Alexis and whether it was as terrifying as the legends said. I'll wait for you outside, David said with a nod. The shadow pterosaur did not feel the terror of the smaller black dragon Alexis. At this time, the shadow pterosaur only wanted to leave this space with the giant dragon's aura as quickly as possible. Therefore, after David expressed his intention to leave, the shadow pterosaur used its move in a flash ability as fast as it could and quickly appeared in space. Chapter 894. The black dragon Alexis looked at the cave in front of it. Its eyes were full of anger. Its body instantly expanded, and it returned to its dragon form. It resisted the urge to let out a dragon roar. The sound of a dragon roar would bring trouble to David. The black dragon Alexis turned the thousands of years of torture, suffering, and unwillingness into the power of anger. The space above its claws was constantly destroyed, restored, and destroyed. The fully recovered dragon body exploded with the power to destroy the rules of the world. The power of the true top life form of the great world of God once again descended upon the great world of God. The black dragon Alexis suddenly waved its dragon claws. A terrifying power came out of the dragon claws, and the space in front of the dragon claws was instantly destroyed. After that, a chain of space destruction engulfed a large area of the seventh satellite of planet Kelly. The black dragon Alexis moved forward, ignoring the space destruction it caused. The powerful black dragon body's defense was beyond imagination. Even in the era of the dragons, the black dragon was known for its defense and strength. The black dragon Alexis felt the contact between the space destruction and the dragon scales. It felt that it was still alive. After being in a half-dead state for tens of thousands of years, it was grateful that it was still alive. It wanted to experience the feeling of being alive. It was eager to go crazy. The black dragon Alexis waved its dragon claws continuously. The figure of the black dragon Alexis moved quickly inside the seventh satellite. David sat on the back of the shadow pterosaur. The shadow pterosaur was in the invisible state. David didn't want anyone to see him on planet Kelly. Whether it was for the plan he had prepared before or because of the black dragon Alexis being imprisoned, he didn't want to be involved in anything. David didn't have to wait long. In just 30 seconds, he saw the black dragon Alexis fly towards him in the form of a cat. It could be seen that the shadow pterosaur's invisibility was useless against black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis passed through the void like a streak of black light and sat on the shadow pterosaur's back. How could the shadow pterosaur, who believed that it possessed the noble bloodline of dragons, allow the black dragon Alexis, who was like a kitten, to sit on its back? Only its master was allowed to sit on its back. The shadow pterosaur let out a dissatisfied cry. But just as it was about to chase the little thing away, the black dragon Alexis released a trace of dragon aura. The shadow pterosaur's dissatisfied cry turned into a weak moan of fear. If it wasn't for its master comforting it on its back, it would have curled up into a ball, even smaller than the black dragon Alexis's kitten form. What scared the shadow pterosaur even more happened. The seventh satellite, which had just left, suddenly collapsed inwards. When the black dragon Alexis left the seventh satellite, the surface of the seventh satellite didn't seem to have any problems, but in fact, the interior was destroyed by the black dragon Alexis in a short period of time. The changes in the gravitational force of Kelly and the seventh satellite were stronger than the tension of the outer shell of the seventh satellite. The destruction was imminent. David watched the destruction of the seventh satellite. In front of his eyes, the seventh satellite kept collapsing, and in the process, the outer shell turned into dust and debris. This was the legendary destruction of heaven and earth. After David had the strength of a level 5 temple knight, he knew that he could do it too, but it would take a long time. The attacks were like a large-scale project. As long as the attacks were strong enough, they could destroy a planet. But in his opinion, the destruction of a level 5 temple knight was very different from the destruction of heaven and earth in the legends. First of all, in terms of momentum, the repeated attacks would destroy the surface of a planet, and then attack inwards bit by bit until the stability of the planet was destroyed, causing the planet to be destroyed catastrophically and become a dead planet. But this kind of attack was different from the complete destruction of a planet. It didn't match the legends of the destruction of heaven and earth. It was like an elephant that didn't move, but it would be eroded by ants bit by bit. But compared to knocking down an elephant with one punch, it was still a far cry. When David saw the black dragon Alexis destroy the seventh satellite, he finally understood what the destruction of heaven and earth was, and how far he was from being truly powerful. Perhaps even without the appearance of the black dragon Alexis, David would still continue to improve his strength. He would become the strongest existence among the level 5 temple knight, but he didn't have a clear goal. The appearance of the black dragon Alexis gave David a goal of what it meant to be strong. David set a goal in his heart to catch up to the black dragon Alexis' strength. A satellite was destroyed in 30 seconds. Then how long would it take for the black dragon Alexis to destroy planet Earth? It probably wouldn't take too long, as the black dragon Alexis wasn't at its peak yet. Black dragon Alexis, is this the strength of a giant dragon? David looked at the black dragon Alexis sitting in front of him and asked. Black dragons are the best at fighting among the giant dragons. The black dragon Alexis didn't seem to be excited about the destruction of the seventh satellite. In the heart of the black dragon Alexis, the destruction of the seventh satellite was just the end of a memory. The black dragon Alexis thought of the tens of thousands of years of torture, and its gratitude towards David increased. A seed of loyalty was planted in its heart. How does your strength compare to the one who imprisoned you? David continued to ask. David wanted to judge the strength of death based on the strength of the black dragon Alexis. It was hard to say if he would become an enemy of death in the future. In any case, if death knew what he had done, it would be the result of a fight to the death. If it was a face-to-face battle, that guy wouldn't be my match. The black dragon Alexis answered with a little lack of confidence. David naturally understood. The black dragon Alexis was good at face-to-face battles, but with the strangeness of death, how could it be a face-to-face battle? The more the black dragon Alexis emphasized face-to-face battles, the more the problem became. He felt a little more nervous. The strength of the black dragon Alexis was not much different from that of death. Perhaps it was not as strong as death in some aspects. And death and many other ancient gods were defeated by the 5 great gods. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the 5 great gods were now. What a dangerous world. David sighed softly after seeing the truth of the world. Let's go back. He patted the shadow pterosaur lightly, and the shadow pterosaur activated its teleportation talent and left quickly. At night on planet Kelly, many people did not rest, especially those who liked to sleep at night. These people were lucky enough to see a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The 7th satellite of planet Kelly which had been hanging in space for hundreds of millions of years, suddenly collapsed. The seventh satellite turned into a cloud of dust, and the people who saw this scene felt fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls, the fear of the unknown. There had always been legends of destruction, but they were only legends. Because of the rule of the 5 great gods, there had not been any miracles in the world for a long time. The destruction of the seventh satellite made people feel the wrath of the gods. No matter what religion they were from, they all knelt on the ground and prayed to their respective gods. The dust that the seventh satellite turned into fell towards planet Kelly under the influence of gravity. The night was not dark because of the many satellites reflecting the light of the stars. But now, planet Kelly was affected by the dust and turned into true darkness. Screams, shouts, and emotions of madness spread across planet Kelly. The people who were sleeping were awakened, and when they saw the dark sky, they were greeted with even more fearful screams. The nobles who could afford it immediately approached the planetary portal. They wanted to escape planet Kelly in this apocalyptic scene. The planetary portal was in chaos, and a large number of people gathered there. The people on the other satellites of planet Kelly saw it more clearly. The seventh satellite disappeared, and a large amount of dust entered planet Kelly's atmosphere. From the other satellites, planet Kelly looked like a hairy ball. News of what had happened on Kello spread across the divine macro world at an extremely fast speed. Due to the uniqueness of planet Kelly, there was no aristocratic affairs office on planet Kelly, and there was no law enforcement team. But many aristocratic families had set up intelligence stations on planet Kelly. At the headquarters of the Twilight of the Gods, Bishop Bunyan received an urgent report from planet Kelly in his own room. This kind of special emergency report was rarely used. Bishop Bunyan opened the report. When he saw the contents of the report, his already inhuman face became even more terrifying. His body was trembling, and the report in his hand seemed to weigh millions of tons. As his body trembled, the report in his hand fell to the ground. There was only one thing on Bishop Bunyan's mind. Something big had happened, something so big that the sleeping god of death would be enraged. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. Bishop Bunyan walked out of his room and came to the basilica. His gaze swept across the basilica, and a few followers of the evil god who were on duty in the basilica felt his will and quickly left the basilica. Bishop Bunyan came in front of the statue of the god of death. His knees and hands were on the ground, and his head was on the ground. He faced the statue of the god of death with an extremely pious posture. "My lord, your humble servant reports that the satellite of planet Kelly that imprisoned the black dragon has been destroyed," Bishop Bunyan said softly. His voice did not need to be loud to convey his message to the statue in front of him, and the god of death would receive it through the statue. This was also the reason why Bishop Bunyan came to the basilica. In fact, there was a small statue in his room. Through the small statue, he could also contact the god of death. However, the process of using the small statue was more complicated and took more time. Bishop Bunyan could not wait that long. In the small world of the god of death, on a huge altar made of countless white bones, sat the god of death wrapped in black mist. The god of death was in a state of deep sleep. Part of his consciousness was automatically processing the information from the followers, and he would automatically reply when necessary. When a message from Bishop Bunyan came, the god of death who received the message suddenly trembled. The black mist on the god of death's body rose like flames, and his anger spread throughout the small world. In the great world of God, strange things happened in many places. One was a servant of a noble, and the other was a low-level follower of the god of death. He was in the middle of his daily prayer at night, but he felt a black mist rush into his body from the void. The follower of the god of death was excited. He finally received a response from the god of death. He was finally going to get rid of his identity as a servant of a noble and become a powerful being like a knight. The follower of the god of death began to fantasize about the benefits he would receive after receiving the gift of the god of death. However, while he was still fantasizing, the abnormality in his body woke him up. The black mist entered his body and constantly absorbed the vitality of his body, which made the black mist seem like it was boiling. Before the follower of the god of death could understand what was happening, his body and soul were engulfed by the black mist. Then, the black mist exploded outwards, and the servants who were resting nearby were infected by the black mist. These servants were swallowed by the black mist in their sleep and turned into nourishment for the black mist. The black mist spread out and continued to grow. In the end, the entire noble family's castle was enveloped by the black mist, and all the lives in the castle were killed by the black mist. Such things happened at the same time on every planet in the great world of God. The god of death was the most feared ancient god. Even in the current era, there were still many followers of the god of death. The god of death's rage caused the deaths of tens of thousands of low-level followers of evil gods all over the great world of God. Then, the influence of the black mist caused the deaths of tens of millions of humans. Some of the followers of the god of death who lived in prosperous cities were completely destroyed. This was the wrath of a god. Even if the god of death was still asleep, the wrath of the god of death still affected the world. The god of death controlled himself slightly and only transmitted his anger to the low-level followers. The mid-level and high-level followers of the god of death were the foundation of the god of death, and he would not waste them. Investigate and destroy. Bishop Bunyan received the god of death's reply with a strong sense of anger. Bishop Bunyan understood the will of the god of death. He wanted to investigate the destruction of the seventh satellite of planet Kellia, find the culprit, and destroy it. After receiving this reply, he could not help but shake his head bitterly. No matter how devout he was to the god of death, he still had to consider the strength of the enemy. The existence that could destroy the seventh satellite would be extremely powerful. Bishop Bunyan even suspected that the black dragon who was imprisoned in the seventh satellite had escaped. This was also what Bishop Bunyan was most worried about, or rather, he believed that the black dragon had destroyed the seventh satellite after escaping. Only the black dragon who had been tortured for tens of thousands of years would have such hatred, power, and motive. However, since the god of death had given the order, it was naturally necessary to carry it out. Orders were issued from Bishop Bunyan. Many followers of evil gods on planet Kellia, including some nobles, began to take action and participate in the investigation of the incident. Chapter 895. After returning to planet Gammy, Black Dragon Alexis was still very curious about planet Gammy in front of him. Lord Arthur, has the world become like this? Black Dragon Alexis found that there was not a single human on planet Gammy. Everyone was a mechanical puppet. This made Black Dragon Alexis very surprised. Alexis, I came to the great world of God more than a year ago. I used to live in the Interstellar Federation. Planet Gammy was modified by me using the technology of the Interstellar Federation. David explained with a smile. David was very satisfied to be able to make Black Dragon Alexis curious. Although Black Dragon Alexis was his servant, it was a real giant dragon. It was a great existence that had the power of a god. If it wasn't for his good luck, David wouldn't have been able to subdue Black Dragon Alexis and sign a master-servant contract with it after being tortured by the Grim Reaper for tens of thousands of years. So this is the technology of the Interstellar Federation. This knowledge system is indeed different. Black Dragon Alexis scanned the surroundings with its spirit and nodded. Black Dragon Alexis and David spoke in the dragon language. This made Shadow Pterosaur tremble with every word heard. It wasn't that Shadow Pterosaur was too incompetent. It was because of the giant dragon bloodline in its body. The giant dragon bloodline in Shadow Pterosaur's body was much stronger than the other giant dragon bloodlines in the great world of God. However, during the era of the giant dragons, Shadow Pterosaur wasn't even a subdragon. It was normal for it to be afraid of the dragon language. David also felt Shadow Pterosaur's nervousness. He smiled and patted Shadow Pterosaur to let it fly away to play. As long as it didn't leave planet Gammy with Shadow Pterosaur's speed, it would be able to rush back as soon as he summoned it. The black dragon Alexis flew beside David, and together with David, they flew towards the mountain where the spatial fragment was located. "Alexis, sit on my shoulder. I'll bring you in," David said to the black dragon Alexis as they arrived at the mountain. The black dragon Alexis hesitated for a moment. If it didn't want to be a mount, then it would be a real pet. Therefore, it chose to jump onto David's shoulder. David, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. He wanted to use his talent ability, underground movement, to bring the black dragon Alexis into the secret chamber in the mountain. Therefore, he needed to come into contact with the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis had seen David use his talent ability, underground stealth, before. But that time, he had made the rocks part on their own, so he did not have a direct experience of it. This time, the black dragon Alexis saw the rocks in front of them part on their own, forming a tunnel in front of them. After they passed through, the tunnel behind them returned to its original state. The black dragon Alexis could not help but sigh at the uniqueness of this ability. For the black dragon Alexis, it was very easy to enter the secret chamber in the mountain. It could cut the mountain in half with one strike, and then it could enter. However, it was not good at being as silent as David and not causing any damage. Of course, the black dragon Alexis's soul had recovered, and it could use some secret dragon techniques to enter. However, it would be a long time before it could enter. Spatial fragment. As soon as they entered the secret chamber, the black dragon Alexis saw the spatial fragment placed in the magic circle. "Alexis, after entering the spatial fragment, you have to restrain your power. Don't make the spatial fragment collapse," David instructed in advance. "Lord Arthur, please rest assured. I will be very careful," the black dragon Alexis replied. After another teleportation, David brought the black dragon Alexis into the spatial fragment. The knowledgeable black dragon Alexis was not surprised by the scene in the spatial fragment. The super-large spirit gathering magic circle and a luxurious castle were nothing to the giant dragons who had owned the entire world's wealth. Of course, the black dragon Alexis was now all alone and had no collection. However, the black dragon Alexis did not mention the idea of building a dragon nest here to David. This spatial fragment was too fragile. If the black dragon Alexis revealed its true dragon form, this spatial fragment might collapse. David did not bring the black dragon Alexis into the spatial fragment out of boredom. He also knew how powerful the black dragon Alexis was and how dangerous it was to the spatial fragment. However, he needed to let the black dragon Alexis understand his training method. He needed the black dragon Alexis to find a way to improve it with the eyes of a super powerful expert. David summoned 12 level 5 Holy Temple Knight and a level 5 Bishop and had them go to the side to train. "Lord Arthur, your doppelgangers are really unexpected. They are actually of the same level as you." The black dragon Alexis could not help but sigh when it saw so many level 5 experts. Just look at how the Grim Reaper had tortured the black dragon Alexis for tens of thousands of years to create a puppet of the same level. It was clear how difficult it was to obtain a puppet of the same level. "I used the indestructible life force to revive their corpses and transformed their original level 5 soul into my doppelgangers. Then I implanted them into the resurrected bodies to create doppelgangers like this. I don't know if there will be any problems in the future." David did not keep a secret. He explained in detail to the black dragon Alexis how he resurrected the corpses. The black dragon Alexis felt a headache coming. Although David's explanation was very clear and seemed very simple, the abilities involved were not simple at all. First of all, using the indestructible life force to revive a level 5 corpse was something that even a god would be reluctant to do. Wasting precious indestructible life force to revive a level 5 corpse was not something a god would do. The indestructible life force was extremely precious to gods, and it would not fall into the hands of non-gods. No one would use the indestructible life force to revive a level 5 corpse just because it had the combat power of a level 5. The second was to transform a level 5 soul origin into a doppelganger. This technique did exist among gods, but only gods who specialized in souls could do it. Even if a god transformed a level 5 soul origin, it would not be placed into a level 5 corpse. Instead, it would be kept in the small world and become the guardian of the small world, controlling the god's creations to protect the small world. These two abilities should not appear on non-gods, but David had used these abilities to resurrect level 5 corpses at the same time. These level 5 corpses are not a problem, but their potential is not small. They can be improved along with your strength. They will be good helpers in the future. The Black Dragon Alexis said after using its mind to scan the 12 level 5 Holy Temple Knight and a level 5 Bishop. David smiled and nodded. As long as there were no problems, it was fine. He had always been exploring by himself. Now, there was finally a strong person who could guide him. This gave him greater confidence in the improvement of his strength, and he would not always explore in the dark. Alexis, I'm going to start training. Observe my training from the side and see if there is anything that can be improved or if there are any flaws in my night training method. David said seriously. When he was in the Interstellar Federation, David's understanding of the night training system was terrifying. However, as he came into contact with more things in the great world of God and became stronger, he had a new understanding of the night training system. The night training system was like the Interstellar Federation training system, but the bottleneck of the Interstellar Federation training system was level 2 or level 3, while the bottleneck of the night training system in the great world of God was level 5. Before he reached level 5, David did not have any thoughts about the bottleneck of the night training system. However, after reaching level 5, he began to have some doubts about the night training system. Was the night training system related to the gods? Was it the gods that limited the breakthrough of the night training system? In the tens of thousands of years of peace in the great world of God, there were countless amazing geniuses. David did not believe that there would not be a new god among these geniuses. However, in these tens of thousands of years, there had never been any news of a new god in the great world of God. Although David did not know if a knight had broken through level 5, he was sure that no knight had become a god. This made him even more suspicious of the night training system. Lord Arthur, please allow me to scan your entire body. Black Dragon Alexis was also very curious about the current training system. David sat in the super-large spirit gathering circle and began the training of the leopard's breath breathing technique. As David trained, the Black Dragon Alexis's eyes became more and more surprised and incredulous. When David finished an hour of training and opened his eyes, he happened to see the Black Dragon Alexis's eyes. Alexis, what do you think? David asked aloud. Lord Arthur, the night training system that you're training in should be the simplified training system of the giant dragons. With the potential of your bloodline, reaching level 5 is already beyond your potential. Black Dragon Alexis explained to David. David was stunned. He did not expect the night training system to be the simplified training system of the giant dragons. However, he did not doubt the judgment of the Black Dragon Alexis. In this world, who was the most knowledgeable about the training system of the giant dragons? Who could compare to the true giant dragon, Black Dragon Alexis? I don't quite understand. With the training system, your strength and speed should not have reached this level. Even the shadow leopard, the source of your bloodline, should not have reached your current strength and speed. Black Dragon Alexis continued. The Dark Dragon Alexis knew about the shadow leopard. This kind of ancient creature was nothing in the eyes of the giant dragons. Even the strongest king of shadow leopards could only reach the early stage of level 5. David only had a little bloodline. No matter how hard he trained, level 4 was the limit of David's strength. David believed in the judgment of the Black Dragon Alexis. Fortunately, he was lucky and did not rely on the power of his bloodline to increase his strength. A large amount of resources, a large spirit gathering circle, the rich energy in the space fragment, and the talent of bloodline power purification. All of these combined allowed David to break through the shackles of his bloodline power and become the level 5 Temple Knight he was today. Alexis, will my training system never allow me to break through level 5? David asked with concern. If you train at this rate and don't encounter any other opportunities. Level 5 is already the limit. However, you should have other secrets. When I scanned your body just now, I felt the laws of the origin of gods. Alexis replied with uncertainty. The soul of the black dragon Alexis had not recovered. He could not be sure about the principle of the origin of God that he had scanned David's body. The principle of the origin of a god was the foundation of a god. Even a battle between gods could not obtain the principle of the loser, let alone a mortal like David. David's knight bloodline training system would never be able to increase his level. Even if he used resources to create more level 5 bloodline power, he would not be able to increase the level of level 5 bloodline power. Level 5 bloodline power was the limit. When David heard about the principle of the origin of God, he immediately thought of the battle angel and the bald man god. These two gods fought with their lives in his soul space and died together. In the end, only 2 god crystals were left in his soul space. The remnant souls of 2 gods fought in my soul space. In the end, they died together and turned into 2 crystals in my soul space. After that, I obtained the divinity of another god and activated the 2 crystals. These 2 crystals gave me an increase in strength and speed. David revealed his secret. Black Dragon Alexis could swear on his own name that if David had not been in front of him, he would never have believed that such a thing could happen. The 2 gods fought in David's soul space. If there was a slight difference in strength, David's soul space would collapse. In fact, Black Dragon Alexis did not know that the battle angel and the bald man god had chosen David's body as the basis for their resurrection. The battle angel skeleton had been forcefully swapped into David's body and replaced David's original skeleton. This also made David's body the best choice for the battle angel. The bald man god had handed over his only hope, the shadow attendant, to David's side very early on. David was the anchor point for the bald man god to return to the world. He could not afford to lose him. The 2 gods had to protect David's soul space. Therefore, even if the 2 gods risked their lives, they had to protect David's soul space from harm. This also allowed David to obtain the ultimate benefit. It should be known that these were the last remnant souls of 2 gods who had nowhere to go. Under normal circumstances, such remnant souls would only wait for an opportunity in the space-time turbulence or be annihilated forever. It was impossible for other gods to have the opportunity to obtain the principle of origin. Black Dragon Alexis did not know how to evaluate David's current situation. Black Dragon Alexis had never seen or even thought of such a situation. Chapter 896. Lord Arthur, your situation is too special. I need to think of a feasible plan to increase your potential. Black Dragon Alexis said thoughtfully. After understanding David's situation, it didn't immediately give an opinion. For Black Dragon Alexis, it wasn't too difficult to help a level 5 expert analyze their training methods and solve their training problems. However, David's uniqueness forced it to think more. David felt Black Dragon Alexis's intention and said with a smile, "All right, you can think here. I'll continue training." Whether the Black Dragon Alexis was bound by the master-servant contract or repaying David for saving its life, David could be sure that the Black Dragon Alexis was 100% trying to solve the problem through the master-servant contract. David summoned the 12 level 5 temple knights who had just started training and used the bloodline power purification talent to help them train. This was also a part of his training, and he needed to show it to Black Dragon Alexis. The bloodline power purification pattern appeared, and the level 5 temple knights stepped forward to channel the bloodline power they had just cultivated into the pattern. Humans are really favored by the world. Black Dragon Alexis muttered to itself. During the era of the war with dragons, dragons were the favorites of the world. Their powerful combat strength, unparalleled defense, and noble lives were all gifts from the world. Perhaps humans couldn't compare to dragons in these aspects, but the world used another method to give humans gifts, and that was these special innate abilities. Being able to purify bloodline power was an extremely powerful innate ability even during the era of the war with dragons, but it appeared in humans. Black Dragon Alexis also understood why David's Shadow Leopard bloodline was extremely weak, but he could still become a level 5 expert. This bloodline power purification talent played a very important role. Black Dragon Alexis thought of David's many encounters. Perhaps David was a life that was favored by the world. After much consideration, it made an important decision. David was immortal, and this wouldn't change. The master-servant contract signed with David required the Black Dragon Alexis to protect David's safety. In other words, as long as the Black Dragon Alexis didn't die in battle, David wouldn't die. Perhaps in the future, the Black Dragon Alexis would be with David forever. If David's limit was level 5, then the Black Dragon Alexis would be very depressed. It can only be a lowly level 5 servant. However, if David could become even stronger, then Alexis would also be able to obtain a higher status. With this thought in mind, Black Dragon Alexis thought of the best choice he could make. Lord Arthur, I found a way to give you great potential, Black Dragon Alexis said to David, who was absorbing the bloodline power of the last level 5 Temple Knight. Alexis, what is it? David was overjoyed. He waved his hand to let the 12 level 5 Temple Knights continue their training. He sat down beside the Black Dragon Alexis and asked, "The biggest problem you're facing now is the problem of the Shadow Leopard bloodline and the Knight's training method. Like I said, the Knight's training method is a simplified version of the Dragon's training method. No matter what type of dragon it is, they all have strong bodies. This is all determined by the Dragon bloodline. The Dragon's training method is to maximize the use of the Dragon bloodline. I haven't seen many Knights, but just by looking at you and your 12 Knight clones, I could determine the source of the flaw in the Knight's training method. The Knight's training method is very similar to the Dragon's bloodline training method, but the ultimate height of both methods depends on the level of the bloodline. The concentration of the Shadow Leopard bloodline in your body is extremely high. I don't know what method you used, but these 12 Knight clones have varying concentrations of bloodlines. Even the strongest dragon bloodline among these bloodlines can't break through level 5 due to the problem of concentration. Black Dragon Alexis analyzed. David nodded as he listened. The Black Dragon Alexis analysis could be said to be the most pertinent analysis he'd ever heard. Indeed, the foundation of a Knight's bloodline was their bloodline. Some of the original owners of these bloodlines were very powerful, just like the Dragon bloodline. Some of them were the bloodlines of legendary creatures. Some of these bloodlines' original owners could reach the divine level, while others were not powerful. This caused a natural difference in the strength of a knight. It was like the difference between top nobles and ordinary nobles. Except for David, the rest of the top nobles were knights with extremely powerful bloodlines. Without the top bloodline, a knight could not become a level 5 holy knight. But even if these knights were born with extremely powerful bloodlines, their bloodlines could not be compared to the bloodline's original owners. Countless years of inheritance had caused their bloodlines to become weaker and weaker. The nobles used all kinds of methods to maintain the purity of their bloodlines, but they could only barely maintain the state of their bloodlines. With the state of these bloodlines, they would never be able to break through level 5 through cultivation. It was no wonder that Lord Gould and the other 4 lords would do such a crazy thing. They probably also knew about the situation of the Knight bloodline. Lord Gould had the bloodline of a white dragon. Even with this kind of dragon bloodline, there was no hope of breaking through level 5, let alone David's Shadow Leopard bloodline. Based on your situation, I've thought of a way to completely solve the problem of your bloodline. I can also provide you with a set of cultivation methods to go along with it. However, you need to make a decision. Black Dragon Alexis said seriously to David. Alexis, please speak. David also said seriously. I can extract a part of the Black Dragon bloodline for you. The Black Dragon bloodline can definitely crush the Shadow Leopard bloodline in your body and replace it. With the Black Dragon bloodline and the cultivation methods of the Black Dragon, you will no longer have any shackles above level 5. Your final achievement will depend on your luck. Black Dragon Alexis suggested. David lowered his head and thought. With the existence of the master-servant contract, He was not worried that the black dragon Alexis would harm him. In addition, with the battle angel bones in his body, as long as it was not directly fatal, he was very confident that he could recover from any injuries. He did not have to worry about losing his body when changing bloodlines. As for the success rate, since the black dragon Alexis suggested it, there was a high chance of success. Of course, the black dragon Alexis had its own thoughts. David had the black dragon bloodline, which meant that he was a member of the black dragon clan. The black dragon Alexis' status as a servant was not that hard to accept. "Alexis, then I'll have to trouble you," David said with a heavy nod. "Sir Arthur, please don't worry. There won't be a problem." Black dragon Alexis replied happily when it saw that David had agreed. Fortunately, the black dragon Alexis' body had completely recovered. Otherwise, with the severe injuries that the black dragon Alexis had suffered, it would not have dared to touch its bloodline origin. Enduring the pain, the black dragon Alexis took out a section of its bloodline origin bone marrow. Fortunately, David's body was much smaller than the body of a giant dragon. When the black dragon Alexis took out the tiny piece of giant dragon bone marrow from its kitten-like body, it became the size of David's finger as soon as it left its body. "It's a little painful, please bear with it." The black dragon Alexis had long been used to pain. It did not mind taking out the black dragon bone marrow, but reminded Alexis that it had to do something with David's body next. David turned around and put away the dark shadow on his body, revealing his back. The black dragon Alexis stretched out its small, cat-like claws and lightly scratched the skin on David's back. David's strong body could withstand the attack of a level 4 weapon, but under the claws of the black dragon Alexis, his back was cut open without any delay. However, the black dragon Alexis soon ran into trouble. Its claws came into contact with David's spine, and it realized that its claws could not destroy David's bones. According to the judgment of the black dragon Alexis, if it attacked with all its strength in its giant dragon form, it might be able to destroy the bones. However, it was unable to do anything in its shrunken form. This made the black dragon Alexis feel very awkward. The method it suggested could not be used. "Do you want to implant the bone marrow into my spine?" David asked. "Yes, but your bones are too strong," the black dragon Alexis said helplessly. David felt a little proud. He also thought of the strength of the battle angel. Although the black dragon Alexis was in its shrunken form, the black dragon Alexis in this form could still suppress all level 5 existences. Such a strong black dragon Alexis could not do anything to the defenseless battle angel bones. How strong was the battle angel in its original form? In fact, the battle angel was indeed very strong. It was a god from another world that did not belong to the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation, or the Zerg world. If it was not unlucky enough to encounter the space-time turbulence and have its body disintegrated by the space vortex, it would not have been destroyed so easily. However, even after experiencing the space-time turbulence and the space vortex, an environment that could destroy any god, its bones were still preserved. This was the strength of the battle angel bones. "Then let me do it," David said as he summoned the level 5 bishop. The level 5 bishop was simple. He wrapped the black dragon bone marrow with the power of space and sent it into David's spine. As the black dragon bone marrow entered David's spine, David felt an extreme pain that almost made him faint. He quickly switched his mind to the shadow attendant and cut off the pain from his main soul. In one section of David's spine, the black dragon bone marrow, which was the bloodline origin of the black dragon, absorbed the bloodline origin of the shadow leopard around it and fused with it. Fusing with the bloodline origin was not easy. Otherwise, people would have tried to fuse with the bloodline origin of powerful existences. First of all, the original owner of the bloodline origin had to be extremely powerful. They had to be able to control the bloodline origin and take back the life imprint in the bloodline origin. If there was a life imprint, then the bloodline origin could not be accepted by the new body at all. Black Dragon Alexis could easily control its own Black Dragon bloodline origin. When it took back the life imprint, it also ordered the Black Dragon bloodline origin to devour. The Black Dragon bloodline origin was like a beast and the shadow leopard bloodline origin was like a rabbit. The bloodline origin of the shadow leopard bloodline in this section of the spine was quickly devoured. After devouring, the black dragon bloodline origin received the life imprint of the shadow leopard bloodline origin and was successfully accepted by David's body. David used the shadow attendant to control the bone to generate indestructible life force, which stimulated the black dragon bloodline origin. The black dragon bloodline origin attacked the rest of the spine and occupied all of the vertebrae. Without the indestructible life force, this process might have taken many years, and it would have been a seesaw battle. If the black dragon bloodline origin wanted to attack the rest of the vertebrae through the spine, it would have been impossible without the indestructible life force to accelerate it. The whole process took less than an hour. When David's mind returned to his main soul, he still had some lingering fear. That kind of pain was too terrifying. Black Dragon Alexis moved a ball of knowledge in front of David and said, "Lord Arthur, this is the Black Dragon bloodline cultivation method. You can cultivate it after learning it." David's mind came into contact with the ball of knowledge, and a memory was transmitted into his mind. This cultivation method was called Black Dragon Hibernation. It allowed the body to enter a special breathing state, as if it was in hibernation. During this process, the body automatically absorbed energy from the outside world and combined it with the bloodline produced by the Black Dragon bloodline origin in the body, producing unique bloodline power unique to the Black Dragon. Black Dragon Alexis reminded, "Lord Arthur, it's best that all the bloodline power you've cultivated in the past go through a bloodline power purification. Otherwise, it'll be wasted." Black Dragon Alexis reminded David that the bloodline power in his body and the space in his heart was produced by the bloodline origin of the shadow leopard bloodline. Although there wouldn't be any abnormalities at this time because of his imprint, the bloodline power in his body and the space in his heart were both produced by the shadow leopard bloodline origin. But as long as the Black Dragon bloodline power was produced, it would clash with the bloodline power of a shadow leopard bloodline, and the two bloodline powers would use his body as a battlefield. Even if the Black Dragon bloodline power could crush the shadow leopard bloodline power, the shadow leopard's bloodline power would have the power to resist due to its enormous numbers. David had the undying life force to repair the damage to his body, but the shadow leopard's bloodline power that he had worked so hard to cultivate would be wasted. David nodded, and his mind drew the bloodline power purification pattern. This time, he poured his own bloodline power into it, and when the bloodline power flowed back into his body, he carefully didn't let the purified bloodline power come in contact with the shadow leopard's bloodline power, so as to preserve the purity of the new bloodline power. At this point, David had already reached a point of no return. Next, he would proceed with the most important cultivation of the Black Dragon hibernation. If he succeeded, he would greatly increase his potential, but if he failed, he would lose the strength of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight. Chapter 897. The Black Dragon's slumber was the fundamental cultivation method of the Black Dragon race. Every Black Dragon would cultivate the Black Dragon's slumber from a young age. This cultivation method would follow the growth of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Alexis transferred its Black Dragon bloodline to David and taught David the Black Dragon slumber. This kind of behavior was against the rules of the giant dragons during the era of the giant dragons. However, the Black Dragon Alexis knew that the giant dragons had disappeared from the world. It did this for its own future and for a more noble reason, which was to expand the bloodline of the Black Dragon. David closed his eyes. His spirit drew a special pattern beside him. The special pattern formed a Black Dragon shadow that wrapped around his body. The Black Dragon's shadow opened its mouth and sucked in a large amount of energy. The rich energy surged into the Black Dragon's mouth and was converted into more refined energy by the Black Dragon's shadow. Only then did it enter David's body. A terrifying aura was emitted from David's body. Fortunately, this was a fragment of space, and all the living beings here were David's people. This kind of phenomenon wouldn't cause any trouble. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at David's cultivation strangely. The Black Dragon Alexis was 100% sure that it had only given David a little Black Dragon's bloodline origin. That little Black Dragon's bloodline origin couldn't have given David such an aura. It was almost similar to the aura of a young Black Dragon. Don't underestimate a young Black Dragon. A tyrannical Black Dragon could crush a level 5 even when it was young. Of course, this wasn't a matter of strength. It was the rich aura of the Black Dragon bloodline. This had already surpassed the standard of a semi-dragon and could be considered a true Black Dragon. Even a young Black Dragon was still a Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Alexis muttered to himself, "Is the indestructible life force really that powerful? It can actually accelerate the growth of the Black Dragon bloodline origin." No one had ever done this before. Firstly, it was because of the preciousness of the indestructible life force. Secondly, the source of the pure dragon bloodline would not be lost to the outside world. David didn't know what Black Dragon Alexis was thinking. He could feel the terror of the Black Dragon's hibernation. The Black Dragon's bloodline in his spine fused with the pure energy, and the first strand of Black Dragon's bloodline power was gaseous. But it was this gaseous Black Dragon's bloodline power that devoured the pure, solid bloodline power in David's body. The pure, solid bloodline power became a part of the gaseous Black Dragon's bloodline power. Most importantly, David discovered that the ratio of the pure, solid bloodline power to the gaseous Black Dragon's bloodline power was very low. It was almost 1 in 100. David believed that if he hadn't absorbed the bloodline power of the 12 Temple Knights for over a year, his gaseous Black Dragon's bloodline power wouldn't have been able to stabilize his realm as a level 5 Temple Knight. Just when David thought that everything was going smoothly, an accident happened. The most important step of the Black Dragon's hibernation was to gather the Black Dragon's bloodline power in the heart. David didn't know why the Knight's training method didn't gather the bloodline power in the heart, but instead forcefully created a space in the heart. But he immediately found out. When the Black Dragon's bloodline power gathered in the heart, cracks appeared on his heart. When David discovered the problem, he immediately used the indestructible life force to treat it, but it only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Even if the Black Dragon's bloodline power was gaseous, it wasn't something David's fragile heart could withstand. When the gods considered the Knight's training method, they made changes based on the dragon's training method. It wasn't without reason. Of course, although creating a space in the heart solved this problem, it also made the Knight's training method unable to reach the height of the real dragon's training method. The current situation was very troublesome. The Black Dragon's bloodline power continued to damage the heart, and the Black Dragon's bloodline power that entered the heart couldn't be removed. With the indestructible life force, David's life wouldn't be in danger. But if this continued, David wouldn't be able to do anything else. He could only continue to generate indestructible life force to maintain his life. This was definitely not the result he wanted. His main soul and the 96 soul doppelgangers started to run frantically, analyzing and judging the current situation, trying to find the best solution. Black Dragon Alexis's expression changed. He didn't expect such a problem to occur. According to the strength of David's body, as long as the Black Dragon's bloodline origin was modified, David's heart could completely withstand it. But David expanded the Black Dragon's bloodline origin to all of his vertebrae, which also greatly increased the amount of the Black Dragon's bloodline power. In addition, the human heart was naturally fragile and was far from being as strong as the Black Dragon's heart. Black Dragon Alexis hurriedly tried to remedy the situation, but even if he took out a part of his heart, he couldn't help David. His heart was too strong and might cause more damage to David. "Lord Arthur, is there an item in your space pendant that I can borrow?" Black Dragon Alexis glanced at David's space pendant and saw an item. He couldn't help but ask. David agreed telepathically. He could also feel Alexis' concern. Alexis was much more knowledgeable than he was, and his level of knowledge was also on a different level. Black Dragon Alexis took out a red crystal from David's space pendant. It was a piece of red crystal that David obtained from the Interstellar Federation. Inside the red crystal was a heart. Black Dragon Alexis held the red crystal and explained to David, "Lord Arthur, where did you get the heart of God? I want to use this heart of God to fuse with your heart." Black Dragon Alexis finished speaking and slightly exerted force in his hand. The red crystal turned into dust, revealing the heart inside. As soon as the heart was exposed, it was as if it was going to come alive. The entire space fragment seemed to tremble. However, although the heart wanted to move, it had no chance in the hands of Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis suddenly slammed the heart into David's chest. Something strange happened. When the heart, which was like a real object, came close to David's skin, it entered David's body as if it was nothing. David's body was not injured at all. The heart of God was the heart of a god. This heart of God was a god that was killed by a space weapon 10,000 years ago when a god entered the Interstellar Federation. The crazy Federation researchers sealed the god's remaining body parts with suppression crystals and conducted research on the god's body. This heart of God was the most important part of the research. After countless years, the heart of God fell into the hands of the Interstellar Federation and was stored in a bank. At that time, Director Constable of the Federation's Research Institute sent people to snatch the heart of God. David happened to be present at that time, and the heart of God fell into David's hands. However, David never realized the use of the heart of God, so he did not pay attention to this treasure. He couldn't be blamed for this. He had obtained too many items. His spoils of war were piled up like a mountain. The enemies that had died in his hands and the forces that he had destroyed had allowed him to obtain a large number of items. David felt the heart of God fly into his body and overlap with his heart. The trace of God's consciousness that was originally left in the heart of God dissipated with a slap from Black Dragon Alexis. This unknown god took advantage of the coincidence of the worlds to enter the Interstellar Federation, who knew that the rules of the world would greatly limit the god's abilities. What was even more unimaginable to the god was that the seemingly weak Interstellar Federation had terrifying superweapons that were completely incompatible with them. After the god occupied a planet, the Interstellar Federation's revenge came. The space superweapons concentrated their firepower and destroyed the god and the planet. Under the attack of the space superweapons, only a few fragments of the god's body remained. The heart was relatively intact. Without the suppression crystal, the god could completely rebuild his body through his heart. However, the researchers of the Interstellar Federation were not weak. After studying part of the god's body, they discovered that the god's remaining body parts could be regenerated. They used the suppression crystal to seal them and prevent the god from reviving. Now, this unknown god was unable to revive his body in the end. The Black Dragon Alexis's slap completely cut off the connection between the god and the heart of God. Perhaps the god's consciousness was still wandering in some space-time turbulence. The Black Dragon Alexis's slap turned the god's wandering into an eternal wandering. The heart of God and David's heart overlapped. The heart of God and David's heart began to fuse. The characteristics of the god's body began to affect the heart. The heart that originally needed undying life force to maintain was now able to withstand the influence of the Black Dragon bloodline. The strength of the god's body was undoubtedly displayed. David's heart squeezed. Red blood flowed through his veins. The power of the Black Dragon bloodline gathered in the red blood. He was shocked to find that within his red blood, there was an obvious faint golden light flashing. Moreover, with the practice of the Black Dragon's slumber, the proportion of the faint golden light in his red blood increased. He had a feeling that as long as he continued to practice the Black Dragon's slumber, his blood would one day become completely golden. Gold was noble. It was the color of the gods. The strongest level 5 would cause part of the body to lean towards the faint golden color. After practicing the Black Dragon's slumber once, David opened his eyes and saw the Black Dragon Alexis looking at him with concern. "Lord Arthur, I miscalculated and almost harmed you," the Black Dragon Alexis said apologetically. David knew that the Black Dragon Alexis hadn't done it on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to punish it. Just the master-servant contract alone would have made the black dragon Alexis suffer the punishment of betrayal. It's my own problem. It has nothing to do with you. I was a little greedy. David also understood where the problem was. He should have done it step by step. When his heart could withstand the power of the black dragon bloodline, he should have slowly strengthened the origin of the black dragon bloodline. However, with this experience, David had grasped first-hand experience of the black dragon bloodline's power in the human heart. He looked at the 12 level 5 Temple Knight who were still practicing. The reason why these 12 level 5 Temple Knight didn't dare to expose themselves outside was because of their bloodline. Although the appearance of these 12 level 5 Temple Knights had changed, the nature of their bloodline power hadn't. When these level 5 Temple Knights appeared in the great world of God, people would immediately associate them with the dead level 5 Temple Knights. After all, there weren't many level 5 Temple Knights who had died over the years. As long as one was a little bit attentive, they would be able to find some clues. David wanted to convert the bloodline origin of these 12 level 5 Temple Knights into the origin of the Black Dragon bloodline. However, there was still a big problem, and that was the cultivation method. He needed a method to cultivate the dragon bloodline. David stood up. As he stood up, the muscles in his body made a sound like steel wires tightening. His strength had increased. Although the increase wasn't much, it wasn't easy for him to increase his strength now. David's body had been transformed by the two bald, burly men's divine crystals. The law of strength had acted on his body, and his strength had long since reached the peak of the 5th rank. His strength and speed were both at the peak of the 5th rank. If he went any higher, he would reach another realm. Of course, that was only relative to David's original body, which was judged by human standards. David didn't know what kind of existence he was now. His appearance was still that of a human, and all his specialties were human. However, he felt that he was fundamentally different from a human. After his strength increased, he found that this increase in strength wasn't the limit of his body, but just the beginning. David's body had great potential. It seemed that the original standard of strength had lost its effect on him. "Alexis, am I still human?" He looked at the Black Dragon Alexis with a questioning gaze. He wanted to get an answer from the Black Dragon Alexis. Since David's heart problem had been solved, the relationship between David and the Black Dragon Alexis had become closer. "Lord Arthur, your appearance is still that of a human. As long as you don't actively change your body, you will always be in a human state. However, your bloodline is equivalent to a young black dragon. As you cultivate the black dragon for a longer period of time, you may become a humanoid black dragon." The Black Dragon Alexis explained to David. David nodded. He didn't care whether his body was a human or a black dragon. He was more concerned about his strength. In fact, after a human cultivated, as their strength increased, their body would become different from that of an ordinary human. Just like the transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. Transcendent meant to transcend the mortal world. Since they were transcendent, they were naturally different from ordinary humans. David had seen the power of the Black Dragon. It destroyed a satellite in 30 seconds. That was truly apocalyptic. After obtaining the bloodline of the Black Dragon, he had the possibility of destroying the world with his body alone. David was full of hope for the future. Chapter 898. There was no trouble in borrowing the main family's night cultivation method from Lord Gould. In Lord Gould's opinion, Lord Arthur should have encountered trouble in cultivation and wanted to use more night cultivation methods to comprehend by analogy. So when Lord Arthur sent the news that he wanted to borrow the main family's white dragon bloodline cultivation method, there was a quick response. David's energy clone received the cultivation method from Lord Gould at the small long-range teleportation array in the castle. There is not only one cultivation method, but as many as 15 night cultivation methods. Among them was the main family's white dragon breathing method. All of the night cultivation methods were rare, top-notch bloodline cultivation methods. David looked at these night cultivation methods and was moved. In the space fragment, David transferred all the night cultivation methods, especially the main white dragon breathing method, to the black dragon Alexis through the spiritual ball of knowledge, asking the black dragon Alexis to help with reference. Black dragon Alexis did not refuse David's plan. Black dragon Alexis used his knowledge to help David perfect a new night cultivation method for the black dragon bloodline. This was probably the first night cultivation method to ask the bloodline origin provider to co-create. In addition to the reference of many night cultivation methods, the final black dragon breathing method surpassed all the night cultivation methods in David's hands in terms of efficiency and power. David summoned the Knight of Harlow Temple, his first 5th level knight. Naturally, he didn't want the Knight of Harlow Temple to become a pure black dragon bloodline like him. This was unrealistic. He didn't have a second heart of God to consume. David only transformed the bloodline of the Knight of Harlow Temple into the black dragon bloodline, increasing the concentration of the black dragon bloodline to the maximum tolerance of the human body. David had his own body's data to compare, plus he had a large number of soul clones to analyze and judge. The results he came up with were not much different from the results of the calculation and analysis of the Interstellar Federation server. He took out a part of his black dragon bloodline origin. This was the same operation as the black dragon Alexis, but the extraction of the black dragon bloodline origin was more precise. With the help of the black dragon Alexis, the imprint of the black dragon bloodline origin was also removed. The 5th level bishop used his spatial ability to replace a part of the black dragon bloodline origin into the spine of the Knight of Harlow Temple. With the help of David's undying life force, the black dragon bloodline origin successfully devoured the original bloodline origin. After that, David used his bloodline power purification talent ability to purify all the 5th level bloodline origin in the Knight of Harlow Temple. After that, he channeled it back into the body of the Knight of Harlow Temple. Under the control of David, the Knight of Harlow Temple began to practice the black dragon breathing technique, converting all the purified bloodline origin in his body into the power of the black dragon bloodline origin. When the Knight of Harlow Temple finished his practice, David looked at the Harlow Temple Knight of Harlow Temple, whose aura had greatly changed. His eyes flashed with excitement. From the aura of the Harlow Temple Knight of Harlow Temple, no one could perceive the former identity of the Knight of Harlow Temple. This was a fundamental change. In the following time, David began to get busy. He changed all the 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple to the power of the black dragon bloodline. These 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple had been successfully purified by him. Although the identities of the 12 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple were still a mystery, no one would associate them with the dead 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple. And because of the change to the black dragon bloodline origin and the cultivation of the black dragon breathing technique, the fighting strength of all the 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple increased. David then copied the master grade fighting knowledge of riding technique, 1% perfect, throwing technique, 1% perfect, knight battle formation, 1% perfect, knight's inherited swordsmanship, 1% perfect, and mounted spear technique, 1% perfect. These master grade fighting knowledge were imparted to the 12 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple. Although the 12 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple didn't immediately reach the master grade in these aspects, as long as they practiced for a period of time, grasping these master grade fighting knowledge wouldn't be a difficult matter. In particular, the 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple had originally reached the master grade fighting ability, which was strengthened with the imparting of this knowledge. To tell the truth, David was extremely envious when he saw the light swords of the 12 5th level Knights of Harlow Temple flickering with the power of the 5th rank bloodline. This was because ever since he cultivated the black dragon's dormancy, the power of the 5th rank in his body had been transformed into gaseous black dragon bloodline power. This black dragon bloodline power no longer passed through the space of his sea of consciousness and could no longer be used. David's gaseous black dragon bloodline power operated in a completely different way from the Knights. His gaseous black dragon bloodline power operated from his heart and through the blood vessels of his whole body. The gaseous black dragon bloodline power was transmitted to every corner of his body. The gaseous black dragon bloodline power's function was to continuously strengthen David's body, but lost the offensive ability of an ordinary 5th rank bloodline power. This made many of David's fighting styles of the 5th rank knight useless, especially since he was unable to integrate into the knight's battle formation. But if David had to choose again, he would still choose to cultivate in the true Black Dragon clan's cultivation method, and not the simplified knight's cultivation method. The starting point of the two cultivation methods were completely different, and the end point was even more different. Don't look at the gaseous Black Dragon bloodline power David's body. The 12 5th level knights who grasped the solid Black Dragon bloodline power were still easily crushed by him. The huge difference in strength and speed made the knight's skills insignificant. Fortunately, David already had an energy clone, so he didn't have to worry about the issue of the clone. But once the energy clone's bloodline power was lost, it couldn't be recovered, and David had no way to deal with this. The space within his sea of consciousness still existed, but there was no longer any bloodline power within it, and there wouldn't be any more bloodline power to replenish it in the future. After David started cultivating in the Black Dragon slumber, his cultivation speed slowed down, but this slow cultivation speed was relative. The energy of the spatial fragment was very dense, and with the help of the large-scale energy gathering array, David's cultivation speed increased every time. But there was a problem with the additional bloodline power he obtained through the innate ability Bloodline Force Purification. The innate ability Bloodline Force Purification was still effective, but its effect was greatly weakened. This wasn't the problem of the Bloodline Force Purification, but the difference between the Black Dragon bloodline power of the 12 5th level knights and David's Black Dragon bloodline power. Although the two bloodlines were both Black Dragon bloodline powers, the difference between the two was very large. The Black Dragon bloodline power of the 12 5th level knights was a peak knight's cultivation method, the Black Dragon breathing technique. But David's Black Dragon bloodline power was a genuine colossal dragon bloodline power, and belonged to a different level of energy from a 5th level bloodline power in essence. After the innate ability Bloodline Force Purification purified the Black Dragon bloodline power of the 12 5th level knights, and then absorbed by David's Black Dragon bloodline power, the total amount of Black Dragon bloodline power that fused with David was only 1/100th of the original. Unless David could get several hundred 5th level knights, David's idea of using the innate ability Bloodline Force Purification to cultivate quickly would fall through. To tell the truth, David didn't even know if he could be considered a 5th level Temple Knight, but with his energy doppelganger and his strength and speed exceeding the 5th level, no one could determine his identity from this aspect. David even thought that if his identity as a Black Dragon was exposed, then he would be a follower of an evil god being hunted down by the shrines. Therefore, he needed the identity of a 5th level Temple Knight. This identity could not be lost. Only by using this identity could he hide his identity as a Black Dragon. David planned to reduce his public appearances. This required him to reveal the identity of the 12 5th level Temple Knights. Soon, there would be a good opportunity to reveal the identity of the 12 5th level Temple Knights. There was still no news about the temporary teleportation portal of the Mather family on planet Kelv. This was something that his energy doppelganger had been keeping an eye on, so he didn't have to worry. Recently, he had been training in the space fragment and trying to increase his strength. Of course, David did not completely ignore the outside world. Recently, news kept coming in from planet Kelv, and he also knew the situation on planet Kelv. Ever since the destruction of the 7th satellite, planet Kelv's environment had a big problem. A large amount of debris floated in the atmosphere of planet Kelv, causing the environment to be severely affected. The most obvious change was the drop in temperature. The surface temperature of planet Kelv was rapidly dropping. In just a few days, it had reached below zero. According to the news from the Noble Affairs Office, if this continued, the temperature of planet Kelv would continue to drop. Eventually, all the plants and animals on planet Kelv would die, and no humans would be able to survive. On the 6th day after the destruction of the 7th satellite, David received a communication request from Overlord Gould. David used his energy doppelganger to connect to the Overlord's communication circle. David currently had two energy clones in public. One of them was hidden in Dunur's star, overseeing its safety. The other one was in Gami's star, dealing with some matters. Of course, the energy doppelganger on planet Dunur was about to be replaced. David had 12 level 5 Night, and the other 3 level 5 Knights energy doppelganger were being trained. Because the 5th rank Temple Knights had changed their Black Dragon bloodline source, their energy doppelgangers were also changing their bloodline power. The energy doppelganger overseeing Dun Air Planet also needed a stronger bloodline power in order to increase its fighting strength. "Lord Arthur, I'm here to ask for your help this time," Overlord Gould said with a smile. "Overlord Gould, if you have anything to say, just say it," David replied with a smile. The friendship between the two sides was extraordinary. As long as David could do it, he would not refuse. This was the same for Overlord Gould. For example, a few days ago, when David needed the Knight's training method, Overlord Gould gave it to him without thinking. He also sent all the top Knights' training methods that the family had collected. This was a deep friendship, an unbreakable friendship. David's status was now the same as Overlord Gould's, and his fighting power was even higher. Overlord Gould used honorifics to show respect to the top nobles, level 5 Temple Knight, and members of the Supreme Council. "You should know what happened on planet Dunur. I plan to gather some Temple Knight and send an energy doppelganger to planet Dunur to help clean up the dust in planet Dunur's atmosphere." Overlord Gould said his thoughts. "No problem. I can set off immediately." David agreed without hesitation. This matter was related to David. Although it was caused by the Black Dragon Alexis, now the Black Dragon Alexis had signed a master-servant contract with him. Besides, David would not refuse Overlord Gould's request for help. David also understood Overlord Gould's thoughts. It was not long before the election of the Supreme Council's chairman. Before the election, Overlord Gould organized such an operation to show his ability and attitude to the great world of God. Compared to the former chairman, Overlord Gould's style of doing things was easier to gain favor. Overlord Abbe's reputation had long been tarnished. He ambushed the great world of God's diplomats, attacked the nobles, and colluded with the followers of evil gods. If the Lytton family did not have the support of 2 level 5 Knights, the Lytton family might not exist anymore. However, even with the support of 2 level 5 Knights, the Lytton family could only rely on the original resources to barely survive. Their only income was the harvest of the territory. However, the harvest of the territory could not be traded with the other nobles, and the Lytton family could not obtain new resources. The intervention of the shrines and the evidence of the Lytton family's dealings with the followers of evil gods made all the nobles want to have nothing to do with the Lytton family. Overlord Gould stood up and said that solving the disaster on planet Dunur would give the nobles of the great world of God a good performance and increase the bargaining chip in the competition for the chairman position. "Gather at the portal of planet Dunur in 2 hours." Overlord Gould did not hold back and said. Overlord Gould turned off the communication circle. He still had to inform the rest of his allies. With 2 hours, David did not immediately send out his energy clone. Instead, he brought it back to the dimensional fragment. He summoned 12 level 5 Knights. During this time, the level 5 Knights had cultivated a lot of level 5 Black Dragon blood power through the top Black Dragon breathing technique. This time, David was ready to try out his new idea. He activated his innate ability, Bloodline Power Purification, and let the 5th rank Temple Knights guide the bloodline power of the 5th rank Black Dragon into it. The purified power of the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline was drawn into David's energy doppelganger. David found that the level 5 Black Dragon blood power that entered the energy clone was quickly devoured by the original level 5 blood power. This allowed him to find a way to replenish his energy clone. This made David decide to send his own energy clone instead of other energy clones. This was because his energy clone was the strongest among all the energy clones. Chapter 899. In front of Planet Erlu's planet-level portal, the illumination pattern illuminated the surroundings, but the gray fog in the air limited visibility to about 10 meters. Of course, the 10 energy clones of the Level 5 Temple Knight that appeared in front of the planet-level portal did not need to worry about visibility. Even the dust did not affect them at all. The energy clones did not need to breathe at all. Lord Arthur. Lord Gould's energy clone greeted David with a smile. It was a small operation, but 10 energy clones of the Level 5 Temple Knight had come. It had to be said that Lord Gould was very popular. Lord Gould, Arthur is at your command. David bowed and said with a smile. He was giving face to Lord Gould. When the other Level 5 Temple Knight heard David's words, they could not help but smile. Everyone knew how powerful Lord Arthur was now. The title of #1 knight in the great world of God was not for nothing. Lord Arthur's attitude showed that he had a very close relationship with Lord Gould, which gave them a new understanding of Lord Gould's influence. The Level 5 Temple Knight that could participate in this operation were all allies of Lord Gould. The stronger Lord Gould's influence, the more benefits they would have. All right, let's take a look at the situation together and then decide how to solve the problem. Lord Gould waved to David and then said to the energy clones. Lord Gould had a plan. His plan was for all the energy clones to spread out and use the power of the bloodline to form a large net, flying all the way to collect the dust in their path. With the speed of the energy clones, it was possible to clear an area in a short period of time, but it would take a few days to restore Planet Erlu's environment. However, when Lord Gould saw David's gesture, he understood that David probably had a new idea, which was why he made such an arrangement. The energy clones spread out and checked the surroundings. David then went to Lord Gould's side. Lord Arthur, do you have a good way to deal with the dust here? Lord Gould asked directly. Lord Gould knew that Lord Arthur used to be a genius researcher in the Interstellar Federation. With the Interstellar Federation's in-depth research on climate, Lord Arthur should have his own methods. Of course, David had his own plans. He had already made preparations before he came. The environment of Planet Erlu was very special. Originally, 8 moons orbited Planet Erlu, and its gravity was in a state of balance. Due to the destruction of the 7th satellite, a large amount of debris and dust fell on Planet Erlu. Under normal circumstances, the dust would fall to the ground in a short period of time and would not affect the planet much. But the bad thing was that the gravitational pull of the remaining 7 moons had a certain effect on the gravitational pull of Planet Erlu. The heavier objects could not be felt, but the lighter objects were floating in the air without any signs of landing. This caused a disaster on Planet Erlu. David took out 300 magic talismans and handed them to Lord Gould. These are the cooling talismans I made. Bring them to a high altitude and activate them. They should have some effect. These cooling talismans were made by David using his talent of ice control and his ability as a Grandmaster Alchemist. The cooling talismans were completely useless in battle. They could only reduce the temperature within 5,000 meters to 0. This temperature was not aggressive at all. Lord Gould did not understand the cooling talisman's effects, nor did he know how they could remove the dust, but he believed in Lord Arthur. This was actually the limitation of the spread of knowledge in the great world of God. Perhaps it was not that no one had discovered this rule, but this kind of knowledge that had no effect on battle would not be valued by the top nobles. Of course, if the shrines were to take action, the priests could directly use divine spells to achieve the same effect. So this kind of knowledge would be worthless even if it was developed. The omnipotence of the shrines and the pursuit of the power of the night by the nobles were the reasons that restricted the development of technology in the great world of God. However, neither the shrines nor the nobles wanted to change this. Knowledge could only be controlled by the nobles to ensure the stability of the great world of God, and knowledge that was useful to the nobles was worthy of being controlled by the nobles. You made this yourself? Lord Gould looked at the cooling talisman in his hand and asked aloud. Yes, I made it after knowing the situation here, David replied with a smile. You are so considerate. Lord Gould thought that David had already prepared it and could not help but sigh. Normally, It would take a long time to make 300 Grandmaster-level magic talismans. The situation on Planet Kelly had only appeared for 6 days, and Lord Gould guessed that Lord Arthur had probably started preparing after learning about what happened on Planet Kelly. Lord Arthur had already prepared it, but he waited until Lord Gould summoned him before taking out these cooling talismans, which meant that Lord Arthur had very likely prepared them specially for him. What Gould didn't know was that after David received the news of his summons, he first carried out an experiment to recover the level 5 bloodline power in his avatar. After the experiment was successful, he thought about Planet Kelly and casually created 300 cooling talismans. Perhaps for the few Grandmaster alchemists in the great world of God, it would take many days to make a few hundred Grandmaster-level magic talismans, but David was not one of them. David could use 96 soul clones at a time, plus his main soul. If he needed, he could also make 12 level 5 Temple Knight clones at the same time. In addition, David's own alchemy skills had long surpassed the Grandmaster level, and his ice control talent was his own talent ability. Blank magic talismans were piled up like a mountain, so making a few hundred cooling talismans was not a small matter. If he was given more time, not much, just 1 more hour, he could make a few hundred more cooling talismans. Lord Gould, you are in an important period recently, so the cooling talismans are for you, David said softly. David did not correct Lord Gould's misunderstanding, and he did not care about the credit. Lord Gould did not refuse. As long as he gained power, he could naturally compensate Lord Arthur in the future. Lord Gould sent out a signal to gather, and soon the energy clones returned. He asked aloud, "What's the situation?" "The situation is not good. The dust on Planet Kelly is not falling, and we have a lot of work to do," an energy clone replied. These level 5 Temple Knights' idea was the same as Lord Gould's plan, which was to use the speed of the energy clones to catch the dust. "I have a batch of talismans here, 30 for each person. Everyone scatter to the sky and activate them." Lord Gould took out the cooling talismans and distributed them to the energy clones. David also received 30 and looked at Lord Gould with the rest of the energy clones. "What's the use of these?" a level 5 Temple Knight's energy clone asked. "Bring them to the sky and activate them, and you'll know," Lord Gould said mysteriously. The level 5 Temple Knights all smiled and shook their heads. No one had any objections. Everyone was summoned by Lord Gould, so they naturally listened to Lord Gould's orders. The level 5 Temple Knights' energy clones scattered and flew to the sky. Lord Gould's energy clone chose to fly vertically above his head, and directly below him was the main city of Kelly. When he flew to a height of 10,000 meters, he was still surrounded by dust, which made him feel that the situation on Planet Kelly was indeed troublesome. Lord Gould could only hope that Lord Arthur's cooling talisman was useful. He continued to fly a little higher and took out a cooling talisman to activate. In an instant, the temperature within 5,000 meters fell to 0, and a large number of water droplets appeared in the air. The water droplets mixed with the dust, and as the water droplets became heavier and heavier, it became rain. Lord Gould immediately understood Lord Arthur's idea, but he was still amazed by the cooling talisman in his hand. A range of 5,000 meters meant that the original owner of the cooling talisman had a range of at least 5,000 meters. Exclaiming in his heart, Lord Gould changed to another area and continued to activate the cooling talisman. In fact, activating a cooling talisman in a large area could affect the rain within 100 square kilometers, and the range of the rain would continue to expand. The residents of Kelly were affected by the 6 days of darkness, and many people had lost hope for the future. The price of food in the main city was skyrocketing, and in a few days, they would not be able to afford food. As for the nobles, most of them had left Planet Kelly through the planet-level portal. Only the normal residents could not afford the high cost of the portal, so they stayed. "It's raining, it's dawn." When the rain fell, the people wandering outside shouted with all their might. The residents, who were already in despair, heard the sound and walked out of their houses with their last glimmer of hope. They saw the slightly bright sky and saw the rain falling from the sky. While the residents were looking up at the sky was changing rapidly. Under the washing of the rain, the dust quickly fell to the ground, and the rain on the ground mixed with the dust, forming a muddy yellow mud. However, the sky was the opposite. The dark sky was quickly becoming brighter, and after a few minutes, the residents saw the long-awaited blue sky and the distant satellite in the sky. The sky that they used to see was now seen in every resident's eyes. Soon, news came that Lord Gould had brought many powerful Knight Templar to solve the problem of Planet Kelly. Long live the great Lord Gould. Praises for Lord Gould could be heard from the main city. At first, it was just a few people, but then it became bigger and bigger, and soon there were praises wherever there were people. Even with the cooling talisman, it took a day to clean up the dust in the air of Planet Kelly. This operation brought a lot of glory to Lord Gould. Before, the Noble Affairs Office also wanted to solve the problem of Planet Kelly, but their ability was limited. After many attempts, they did not achieve the desired result. Lord Gould's action was immediate, and the sky of Planet Kelly was clear again. David, who made the biggest contribution in this operation, immediately returned to Planet Gammy after the operation. He did not even attend the banquet hosted by Lord Gould. It was not that he did not want to give face to Lord Gould, but David knew that once Planet Kelly returned to normal, the Mather family would probably take action. The temporary portal could be moved at any time. He stayed alert and was ready to go. In a dark hall, there was only a little candlelight emitting a strange green light. Two figures in black robes were suspended in mid-air in the hall. In front of them was a special communication circle. We've checked the teleportation data of the planet-level portal in Orlu City. Little Bart returned to Orlu City not long before the 7th satellite was destroyed. Little Bart must have been targeted by someone. The person's strength is definitely at least level 5, but there's no information about level 5 teleportation in the teleportation data. The level 5 Bishop of Monsalate said in a deep voice. The level 5 Bishop of Monsalate had just been promoted 2 days ago. It should be said that his promotion was thanks to the destruction of Planet Kelly's 7th satellite. The level 5 Bishop of Monsalate was originally a peak level 4 evil god believer, but he had been stuck at this level for more than 100 years. The grace of the God of Death suddenly came 2 days ago. With the grace of God of Death, Monsalate broke through to level 5 and became the second level 5 Bishop of the God of Death. The level 5 Bishop of Monsalate did not understand why the God of Death would give him grace, so after the promotion, he did not consolidate his strength. Instead, he kept busy trying to find the real culprit who destroyed the 7th satellite and repay the God of Death's grace. If it's a top noble, they have the authority to hide their transmission information. The level 5 Bishop of Bunyan knew more about the top nobles, so he said, "We don't have the authority to see the hidden transmission information." The level 5 Bishop of Monsalate shook his head helplessly. Although the Twilight of the Gods was connected to many nobles, the top nobles did not have many resources. Now that Count Ebby was in contact with the evil god believer, the news was very tight. Even the top nobles who were connected to the Twilight of the Gods would not help them at this time. Little Bowart's ability is a little special. If he can't find the stalker, have you not thought of who it could be? The level 5 Bishop of Bunyan reminded. Little Bart was a level 4 evil god believer. The reason he was sent out to collect sacrifices was because of his special sensing ability. It would be very difficult for an ordinary temple knight of the 5th rank to track Little Bowart's follower of the 4th rank without being discovered. Little Bart was a level 4 evil god believer who had received the special grace of the God of Death. Even the level 5 Bishop of Bunyan was envious of his special sensing ability. The Twilight of the Gods had detailed information about all the top nobles in the great world of God, from the methods they were good at and the abilities they possessed. Although it was not complete, it could show most of the strength of a level 5 Holy Knight. Chapter 900. You mean Suzerain Arthur? The 5th rank Bishop of Montserrat hesitated for a moment before blurting out a name that came to mind. Lord Arthur was too famous. Not only was he famous among the nobles, but he was also famous among the followers of the evil god. 2 level 5 bishops had fallen at the hands of Lord Arthur, making Lord Arthur the most feared existence among the believers of the evil god, especially Bishop Cameron, who was equipped with the divine weapon Dark Shadow. In terms of combat power, he could be ranked at the top of all the level 5 bishops. Such a powerful existence had died at the hands of Lord Arthur, which made Lord Arthur even more famous. Of course, Lord Arthur was also famous for his mutated flying mount Shadow Pterosaur. It had the talent ability Invisibility, which allowed it to approach targets silently. It was said that when Bishop Cameron and Lord Arthur were fighting to assassinate each other, Lord Arthur used the innate ability of the Shadow Pterosaur to take the initiative and kill him. It was just a legend without any basis, but it was widely spread among the believers of the evil god. The main reason was that the Shadow Pterosaur was the mount of the ancient god's servant. It had a very special place in the hearts of the believers of the evil god. The believers of the evil god had made a legend out of the terror of the Shadow Pterosaur. So when Bishop Bunyan mentioned that the believers of the evil god had silently followed Little Bard, Bishop Monselet thought of Lord Arthur. Bishop Bunyan nodded and said, "The other level 5 knights of the temple are all good at frontal combat. Only Lord Arthur is too strange to be discovered by Little Bard." Bishop Monselet said in a deep voice, "But how can we prove this? That Lord Arthur is not to be trifled with." Although the Twilight of the Gods wanted to deal with Lord Arthur, Bishop Monselet did not want to take the initiative to provoke Lord Arthur without any evidence. The believers of the evil god could act without any evidence, but they still had to consider who the target was and whether it was worth paying a sufficient price. They couldn't deal with Lord Arthur just based on a guess. They needed to give death an explanation, then find the help of a top-tier noble who can check the transmission messages. Bishop Bunyan said calmly, "Who's willing to help us now?" The 5th-grade bishop of Mons Salat did not know much about the Twilight of the Gods. He bowed and asked for guidance. "Some time ago, Lord Amos contacted us through a channel. If our guess is correct, then we have the same enemy as Lord Amos." Bishop Bunyan revealed, "This was a secret of the Twilight of the Gods, and only the level 5 bishops in charge of the daily work knew about it. Since the 5th-ranked bishop of Mons Salat had just been promoted, he had not been able to become a core member of the God's Dusk. I'll go and meet with Lord Amos." The 5th-tier bishop of Montserrat said after some thought, "Lord Amos and Lord Arthur were mortal enemies, and Lord Arthur had been looking for traces of Lord Amos. Lord Amos was not doing well recently, which was why he contacted the Twilight of the Gods. However, it was still risky for a 5th-ranked bishop of Mons Salat to meet with Lord Amos. No one knew if this was a trap set by the shrines. In order to deal with a 5th-ranked bishop, the shrines had set up countless traps just to lure him in. However, the 5th-ranked bishop of Mons Salat had been entrusted by death. He could only do his best to serve death, and some dangers were inevitable. Be careful. Bishop Bunyan did not reject the idea of a 5th-ranked bishop of Mons Salat. This was the most important thing at the moment. What Bishop Bunyan could do was to contact Lord Amos for Bishop Monselet. Fortunately, the Mather family was in big trouble, and the possibility of seeking help from the Twilight of the Gods was very real. The communication was done quickly, mainly because the secret communication channel was open. Lord Amos was also waiting for a response from the Twilight of the Gods. Although Lord Amos was very surprised by the request, the other party had decided to send a 5th-ranked bishop to meet him, which showed the sincerity of the Twilight of the Gods. Lord Amos did not have to worry too much, of course. He did not need to send his main body to meet with the 5th-ranked bishop. He only needed to send an energy clone, so the risk was much lower. Since both parties were interested, they quickly reached a consensus about the meeting. As for the location of the meeting, it was chosen to be on planet Erlu. After all, planet Erlu was very chaotic. Although it had stabilized a little now, a large number of nobles had taken action, which greatly increased the number of evil believers on planet Erlu. Lord Amos chose planet Erlu to show his sincerity. Lord Amos' energy clone returned to the old castle through a temporary portal. This was the meeting place, and he would not be at ease anywhere else. There were perfect security facilities here, so he could maintain a relatively safe environment for communication. If his contact with the evil believers was leaked, the consequences could be compared to the current Lytton family. If not for Lord Arthur's coercion, he would not have considered contacting the Twilight of the Gods. Lord Amos sat on the main seat in the guest room. He had chased away everyone else in the castle, and only his energy clone was left in the castle. The energy supply of the illumination circle seemed to be unstable. The light suddenly flickered, and a figure had already taken the guest seat. The great Lord of Amos, Bishop Monselet, greets you. Bishop Monselet bowed to the Lord of Amos. Bishop Monselet, let's get straight to the point. I hope you use resources in exchange for your help. Lord Amos had an instinctive dislike for Bishop Monselet. This was ingrained in him from a young age, and it would not change because of the bishop's attitude. The Lytton family's deal with the Twilight of the Gods allowed Lord Amos to find a good way to deal with Lord Arthur. Although the Mather family would struggle to provide the resources that the Lytton family could provide, they could still do so. After all, the Mather family was still a top noble family and had a quota of resources every year. Lord Amos, before we talk about cooperation, you should show me your sincerity. Bishop Monselet said with a smile. What kind of sincerity do you want? Lord Amos could not help but frown. Bishop Monselet's request was obviously overboard. He was trying to gain something without risking anything. I just want you to use your top noble authority to check if there were any top nobles who came to planet Urlu through the planetary level portal on the day the 7th satellite was destroyed. Bishop Monselet said with a confident smile. Lord Amos' expression eased a little. This was not a big deal, and he did not need to pay anything. He nodded and said, only this once. In another hidden castle, Lord Amos took out the Lord Communications Circle and contacted the nearest planetary level portal. He used this portal to check the data of the planetary level portal in the main city of Urlu. Soon, he saw a name that was etched into his memory. It was his great enemy, Lord Arthur. Why would Lord Arthur appear on planet Urlu? This was the biggest question in Lord Amos' mind. His main body had just left planet Urlu that day, so he had a deep impression of it. Not long after his main body left this castle, the 7th satellite was destroyed. Right after Lord Amos left the castle, Lord Arthur arrived on planet Urlu. He would not believe that there was no connection. Bishop Monselet, we can't stay in this castle any longer. I think Lord Arthur already knows about this place. Lord Amos might be an energy clone, but he did not want to lose it, nor did he want to expose his meeting with the bishop. Did you find out that Lord Arthur came to planet Urlu that day? The 5th-rank Bishop of Monselet almost instantly understood Lord Amos's intention and confirmed. Yes, my main body was on planet Urlu that day. He should have come to find me. Lord Amos replied in a bad mood. Lord Amos' movements had always been very secretive. Everyone who came into contact with him was a core member of the Mather family. However, his tracks were exposed, which meant that someone in the Mather family had betrayed him. Bishop Monselet was overjoyed. He had finally found the person who was most likely to destroy the 7th satellite. There was a target for the mission given by death. If Lord Arthur found this place, why didn't you find anything missing? Bishop Monselet suddenly thought of something and asked. Bishop Monselet had studied Lord Arthur's style of doing things. Greed was the most obvious. Wherever he went, he would not let go of anything valuable. The castle looked shabby, but it was a top-notch noble's castle after all. There were many precious items inside. Damn it! Did Lord Arthur leave some sort of backup plan here? Lord Amos was not an idiot. He immediately realized what was going on. If you agree, I can check it for you. I'm good at alchemy. Bishop Monselet said confidently. Bishop Monselet had been stuck at the peak of level 4 for almost 100 years. He had been studying alchemy all this time. With his ancient inheritance, his alchemy skills were no weaker than a grandmaster alchemist's. Please. Lord Amos agreed without any hesitation. This castle was just a temporary shelter, and there were no secrets to speak of. Bishop Monselet stood up and scanned the surroundings with his spirit. The old castle was not big. Bishop Monselet's scanning speed was not slow. He scanned from the top of the castle to the basement and came to the room where the temporary portal was placed. Bishop Monselet scanned the temporary portal with his spirit and immediately found something wrong. Hidden within the complicated runes of the temporary teleportation gate were some unrelated runes. David did not expect that there were only a few Grandmaster alchemists in the great world of God. There would be a Grandmaster alchemist who did not belong to one of them, checking the temporary portal. The probability was so low that David did not take it seriously. He did not believe that such a possibility existed. Lord Amos, it seems that Lord Arthur has indeed been here. Your temporary portal has a location locking pattern. Also, Lord Arthur is very talented in alchemy. I can only guess that he has the authority to use this temporary portal. Bishop Monselet said with a sour expression. Faced with a portal that could appear at any time and easily kill him, it would be strange if he looked happy. Phew, Lord Amos let out a long sigh of relief. If it were not for Bishop Monselet's presence today, he might have been found by Lord Arthur because of the location locking pattern in the temporary portal. Indeed, as David had guessed, even as a top noble, the Mather family didn't have many temporary teleportation portals. This temporary teleportation portal would be evacuated in a few days and sent to another place he wanted to go. Light flashed in Lord Amos's hand. He was about to destroy the temporary portal in front of him. Lord Amos, please wait. The fifth-grade Bishop of Monselet hurriedly stopped him. Bishop Monselet, this portal is too dangerous. It should be destroyed immediately. Lord Amos said in a low voice. Lord Amos, don't you want to get rid of Lord Arthur? This temporary portal cannot be destroyed. Bishop Monselet said with a smile. Lord Amos's eyes lit up. He changed his attitude and said, if you can really get rid of Lord Arthur, I will pay you a price you will be satisfied with. I believe this is the beginning of our cooperation. Leave this temporary portal to me. Bishop Monselet said with a smile. It was very easy for Bishop Monselet to dismantle the temporary portal. A level 5 spirit might not be as good as a holy knight in a face-to-face battle, but they had a natural advantage in many other aspects. His spirit entered the temporary portal accurately. He dismantled the components one by one and put them into his storage item. Not long after, Bishop Monselet met with Bishop Bunyan. It has been confirmed that Lord Arthur went to Planet Kelly on that day. It happened to be around the same time as Bauer Jr.'s teleportation portal. I am very sure that he was the one who destroyed the 7th satellite. Bishop Monselet reported as soon as he saw Bishop Bunyan. It is indeed him, Bishop Bunyan said in a low voice. I have a way to lure Lord Arthur into the trap we've set up. Please help me contact the rest of the bishops. The 5th-grade Bishop of Monselet said excitedly. Bishop Bunyan was a little hesitant after listening to Bishop Monselet's description of his meeting with Lord Amos on Planet Kelia and his discovery. We can't contact other bishops to intervene in this matter. Since we can lure Lord Arthur into a trap, I have a good idea, Bishop Bunyan decided after some thought. Chapter 901. David hadn't woken up for a day and a night. He had fallen into a deep sleep. As he practiced the Black Dragon's slumber for a long time, his understanding of the Black Dragon's slumber also deepened. With Black Dragon Alexis's selfless guidance, he was able to master the Black Dragon's slumber, the Black Dragon's training method, in just a few days. The reason why the Black Dragon slumber had the word sleep in its name was because after mastering this training method, the practitioner would enter an unconscious state of self-cultivation. This was also why many giant dragons like to sleep. For the giant dragons, sleeping was a training process. David also enjoyed this feeling. He didn't need to pay attention to his main body's training. He only needed to focus on his energy doppelganger or the other level 5 Temple Knight doppelganger, and his main body could operate on its own according to the Black Dragon slumber's training method. While he was practicing the Black Dragon slumber, he was also practicing the illusion technique. Black Dragon Alexis didn't give his opinion on the top-level spirit training method. The reason was very simple. As a Black Dragon, He didn't need to practice any spirit training methods. Black dragons were naturally immune to most spirit attacks. David had just begun to be modified by the black dragon's bloodline. After a long period of modification, his soul would naturally have some of the characteristics of a black dragon. By then, spirit attacks wouldn't be able to hurt David. Black dragons were known for their defense. It was an all-round defense, not just the defense of the dragon's body, but also the defense of the soul. The grade of the illusion technique wasn't low. Perhaps it wasn't as good as the black dragon's slumber, but it was still a training method created by a powerful god. Black dragon Alexis was lying beside David. It was also practicing the black dragon's slumber, but it didn't dare to absorb the energy. Otherwise, the energy of the space fragment wouldn't be enough for it to absorb. Right now, Black Dragon Alexis was mainly using the Black Dragon's hibernation to heal the injuries to its soul. The other 12 fifth-level knight were diligently training in the Black Dragon breathing technique, while the 5th-level bishop was training in the hallucination technique. If nothing unexpected happened, David might cultivate like that until the Supreme Council was convened. Unfortunately, things were not what he expected. At 9:00 in the morning, the energy double that was cooking a batch of heartwarming lotus seed soup in the castle of Kami suddenly felt a reaction from the Lord-level communication circle in the portal ring. After taking out the Lord's communication array, David's energy doppelganger scanned it with its consciousness. This was the location lock pattern that David had left behind in the temporary teleportation portal in the basement of the Mather family's castle. There was feedback, and it sent the latest news, indicating that the temporary teleportation portal had changed its location. David's hatred for the Mather family was very deep. He was only waiting to kill the Amos Lord, and then he would use all his power to suppress the Mather family. Finally, he got the signal he wanted. David, who was in the space fragment, ended his Black Dragon's hibernation training. At the same time, the 12 fifth-level knight and the 5th-level bishop also ended their training. David summoned the 12 fifth-level knight and the 5th-level bishop back into the summoning ring of the shadow attendant, and the Black Dragon Alexis took the initiative to jump onto his shoulder. He summoned the shadow pterosaur and jumped onto its back. The shadow pterosaur continuously used its instantaneous movement talent ability to return to the castle and connect with the energy double. David summoned the energy double back into the empty space in his heart. The space in his heart was now useless, but it was still a special independent space. He came to the planet-level teleportation portal and entered the code for the temporary teleportation portal. David sensed a little. His spirit did not sense any danger, so he did not hesitate to activate the teleportation portal. He had never underestimated any enemy. Even though he knew that the Mather family only had one 5th-level knight left, he did not let his guard down. David brought all his combat power. Before entering the planet-level teleportation portal, he also had the shadow pterosaur activate its invisibility talent ability. He did this very carefully. After all, the Black Dragon Alexis alone could crush any existence. However, David did not want to rely too much on the Black Dragon Alexis. The identity of the Black Dragon Alexis was too sensitive. If he could prevent the Black Dragon Alexis from doing anything, he would not use it easily. After the teleportation ended, David knew that something had happened. This was because he did not come to a certain place in the main world. Instead, he entered a special space. The temporary teleportation portal also had a protection time of 2 seconds, but as soon as David arrived, the light of the temporary teleportation portal dimmed. It seemed that the temporary teleportation portal had been shut down. The invisibility of the shadow pterosaur was forcibly broken. This did not mean that there was a problem with the talent ability of the shadow pterosaur, but this space was too special. There was no shadow space. David did not panic. He used the 2 seconds of teleportation energy to look around. This was a white space. This white was not the holy white, but a kind of ghastly white. Sir Arthur, this should be a space left behind by the one who imprisoned me. Please don't worry, I could take you out of this space. The Black Dragon Alexis sensed the aura here, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He spoke to David through the contract. David nodded. He was looking at the ground. The ground in the whole area was shaking. Now that he was safe, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to see who had set up this trap. However, it was clear that the person who set this trap did not want to see him, at least not at this time. Skeletons drilled out from the ground. These skeletons had the strength of rank 3 and rank 4. There was almost an endless number of them. Even with David's eyesight, he could not see the end. David's mind could extend to a radius of 5 kilometers. There were no blind spots in this range. Skeletons drilled out from the ground one after another. David found that there was a problem with his energy avatar. He wanted to summon his energy avatar and deal with these skeletons in the most normal way for a rank 5 temple knight. Perhaps the avatar could not leave the space in his heart. This space had some special rules that did not allow bloodline power to appear. If David was a true rank 5 temple knight, he would have lost the help of the rank 5 bloodline power, the most powerful weapon of a rank 5 temple knight. David could not help but sigh at the uniqueness of this space. This was definitely the best place to set up a trap, especially against a rank 5 temple knight. As soon as he entered this space, he lost the abilities he was most proficient in. The innate ability of the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus, lost its effect. There was no shadow space here. David let the shadow Quetzalcoatlus try to use the innate ability of teleportation, but found that it also lost its effect. He could only fight now. If he did not have the Black Dragon Alexis as a backup, he would not even be able to escape. David became interested. Ever since he became a rank 5 temple knight, especially after his body changed to that of a young black dragon, he had not fought to his heart's content. The environment here allowed him to freely display his abilities. He could not help but reveal a look of excitement. With a thought, a black knight's armor appeared on David's body, and a light sword of rank 5 appeared in his hand. At this time, the ground was already covered with skeletons. There were still skeletons underground, but because there were too many skeletons above, they could not drill out. The skeletons on the ground surged towards David, wanting to besiege him with numbers. The shadow Quetzalcoatlus was about to fly up, but found that it could only fly up 10 meters. The space above 10 meters was sealed by some kind of law. David found that the shadow Quetzalcoatlus had no effect, so he casually put away. As he descended from the sky, he exerted force on his feet, crushing 2 skeletons. He waved the light sword of rank 5 in a circle, scattering all the skeletons around him. When nearly 20 skeletons were killed, the shadow attendant very actively flew up and absorbed the souls inside the broken skeletons. After feeling the shadow attendant absorb the souls, David was overjoyed. He looked at the skeletons around him with a strange expression, becoming extremely hot. They were not enemies. They were a bunch of souls waiting to be harvested. In the same space, there was an altar 100 kilometers away. 2 figures stood on the altar. It was the rank 5 Bishop Monselet and the rank 5 Bishop Bunyan. Bishop Bunyan looked at the light in front of him with some confusion. The light showed the scene of David fighting with the skeletons. Bishop Bunyan was not confused by David's ability to easily kill the skeletons. These rank 3 and rank 4 skeletons were just cannon fodder. This was the internal space of a divine artifact left behind by the god of death. It was transformed from a spatial fragment. The god of death used his divine power to transform this space, so that only the god of death power of death could be used in this space. All other elemental powers could not appear here, unless the user had the power to forcibly break this space. When the god of death made this divine artifact, he specially strengthened the internal space to be able to withstand the power of a rank 5 powerhouse. It was because of the power of death that all the skeletons in this space could be resurrected at will. This was the trial ground of the believers of the god of death, and also the place where many believers of the god of death captured and summoned puppets. The gifted believers of the god of death could enter this divine artifact and fight with the skeletons in this space. They could also subdue the skeletons here at will. To subdue the skeletons, one had to defeat the skeletons in order to have a certain chance of subduing them. Of course, the foundation of all this was that the tester had to be a believer of the god of death, and possess the power of death. Bishop Bunyan chose the internal space of the divine artifact because he had specially studied Lord Arthur's information. The internal space of the divine artifact had almost perfectly restricted David's ability. Moreover, the skeletons in this space were immortal. After being killed in the special environment of the divine artifact, it would only take a moment for them to recover and continue to fight. During normal trials, only a certain number of skeletons would be activated according to the tester's strength. Bishop Bunyan activated all the skeletons this time in order to exhaust Lord Arthur's power. With the huge number of skeletons in the divine artifact and the immortal characteristics, he could slowly make Lord Arthur lose his combat power. However, this plan had just begun when an accident occurred. The skeletons that could have been resurrected did not come back to life after being killed by Lord Arthur. This gave Bishop Bunyan a bad feeling. David did not need to use any special skills. He deliberately suppressed his strength and speed and appeared to be at the level of a mid-ranked level 5 knight of the Holy Cathedral. However, even with such strength, he could still defeat a large number of level 3 and level 4 skeletons. Of course, David could not be too relaxed. There were too many skeletons here. When a group of skeletons fell, they would immediately be replaced by the skeletons behind. Alexis, why didn't I sense any danger when I was teleported here? My danger sense is very accurate. David still had the strength to ask Black Dragon Alexis through the contract while fighting. In the past, whenever David encountered a problem, he would think on his own. Although this increased his ability to think independently, it was unknown whether his conclusion was correct or not. The Black Dragon Alexis was said to be a servant, but David felt more like a teacher. Although he had a teacher to guide him in the process of cultivation, that was during the Interstellar Federation, and the time of guidance was very short. David's cultivation speed was too fast, and he had too many secrets that even his teacher could not tell him. With the existence of the master-servant contract, David trusted the Black Dragon Alexis very much. If he had any questions, he would immediately ask. David really did not understand. With his main soul, 96 soul doppelgangers, and the help of 2 divine crystals, he thought that his ability to sense danger was almost flawless. However, before the teleportation, he did not sense any danger. In fact, the environment after the teleportation was extremely dangerous. Lord Arthur, danger sense can only be used as a support. Don't trust it too much. In my era, there are too many ways to deceive danger sense. As for this time, unless your strength is comparable to that person's, you will not be able to sense the danger in this space, the Black Dragon Alexis explained. I see. David swung his sword and took dozens of steps forward as he spoke. Although there were many skeletons, David killed them faster. He did not want to stay in the same place and wait. David activated the knight's charge at the sea of skeletons. Without the help of the bloodline power, the knight's charge did not affect the power of the knight's charge. This time, a path about 3 meters wide was cleared 100 meters in front of him. This path was filled with skeletons in the blink of an eye. David did not care. At that moment, he only wanted to increase the number of skeletons so that he could kill to his heart's content and obtain more soul energy. Anyway, with his physical strength, it would not be a problem for him to kill for a few days. In addition, with the indestructible life force and the food in the dimension pendant, he believed that he could become a perpetual motion machine and continue killing. Chapter 902. Lord Arthur, you can use your mind to attack in this space. Black Dragon Alexis reminded him. Without David's orders, he didn't participate in the battle. Besides, the skeletons here weren't a threat to David, so there was no need for him to take action. David couldn't help but laugh when he heard the Black Dragon Alexis's words. He was so focused on using his new body to fight that he forgot to use a faster way of fighting in a moment of excitement. David didn't want to completely expose his powerful mind. However, even if he suppressed his mind to participate in the battle, it would be easy to kill these level 3 and level 4 skeletons. The skeletons here only had level 3 and level 4 strength and speed, but didn't have any special abilities. They could only be considered ordinary level 3 in level for melee combat power. The skeletons' defensive power obviously didn't correspond to their combat power. According to David's judgment, the level 4 skeletons' defensive power was only level 3, while the level 3 skeletons' defensive power was only level 2. David's mind moved, and 96 black spears appeared around him. He suppressed the range of his mind to about 200 meters. A range of 200 meters was considered good for a level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple, but it wasn't unacceptable. Of course, using the mind to control weapons to attack might have something to do with David's mastery of some kind of mind occult technique. As long as this occult technique had nothing to do with evil gods, no one would question David's identity. David's identity as a top aristocrat and a member of the Supreme Council gave him a lot of benefits. The 96 black spears kept shuttling back and forth in a radius of 200 meters around David. As soon as these skeletons came into contact with the black spears, they would be poisoned to death immediately. Originally, the level 3 and level 4 skeletons were very resistant to poison. They could ignore ordinary poisons, but the poison on the black dragon's spears exceeded level 5. Not to mention that these skeletons only had level 3 and level 3 defense. Even a level 5 powerhouse would have to find a way to expel the poison from the black spears immediately. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Within 200 meters, streaks of black light flowed, and the skeletons around David were cleared in an instant. The shadow attendant became even busier, absorbing large amounts of soul energy. David also relaxed. He handed over all the attacks to the 96 soul avatars, and they automatically cooperated with each other. He also had some time to contact the shadow attendant and check the amount of soul energy he had absorbed. The soul energy absorbed from the remains of the skeletons corresponded to the level of the skeletons. In fact, the soul within the skeletons was even stronger than that of a knight of the same level. David did not know that all the skeletons in the artifact space were transformed into skeletal puppets by the god of death when he attacked the believers of another god. Their souls were also sealed in the skeletons. Normally speaking, skeletons were bound to souls. Unless the souls suffered a destructive blow, skeletons would recover by absorbing the power of death in the artifact space. This artifact had always been supported by the believers of the death god. Not only did they invest a large number of living beings to strengthen the skeletons, the artifact also automatically absorbed faith and transformed it into energy to strengthen the souls of the skeletons. When the Grim Reaper first created this divine artifact, the skeletons in its internal space ranged from level 1 to level 4. After tens of thousands of years of strengthening, all the skeletons had evolved to level 3 or 4. If it were not for the natural shackles of level 5 creatures, perhaps David would have to face a large number of level 5 skeletons at this time. Of course, if that was really the case, David might be more excited. This was a feast for souls. David kept moving. He did not want to waste any time. He did not know how much time the enemy would give him. As long as the enemy found something wrong, it was possible to make the skeletons stop attacking him. In that case, his losses would be too great. It was more and more difficult for David to obtain soul energy now. Although he did not think that he was a good person, he was not the kind of person who killed indiscriminately. As his strength and status became higher and higher, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to offend him. Without enemies, David could not obtain a source of soul energy. The most stable source of soul energy was the followers of Cthulhu. It was just that the followers of Cthulhu were too secretive. It was very troublesome to find any one of them. Now, the shadow attendant could absorb dozens of level 3 or 4 soul energy every second. Each of the soul energy was very rich, especially some of the level 4 soul energy. In terms of total amount, it was completely comparable to a level 5 spirit. It was just a little bit inferior in terms of quality. Are we just going to let Lord Arthur keep killing like this? Bishop Monselet asked Bishop Bunyan, who was beside him, as he looked at David with a pained expression on his face. The skeletons in the divine artifact's internal space were all collected by the Grim Reaper. They played an important role in the cultivation of the followers of the Grim Reaper. Bishop Monselet had undergone a trial here and obtained a level 4 skeleton. With the help of a level 4 skeleton, he had the chance to become a peak level 4 follower of Cthulhu. Bishop Monselet did not want the space that had cultivated him to be destroyed by Lord Arthur. Now, do you have any way to make him stop? Or should we go and fight him now? Bishop Bunyan said in a deep voice. He did not feel that it was a pity. The number of skeletons in the divine artifact's internal space was extremely large. Now, Lord Arthur had only destroyed a small part of them. It was not to the extent that he felt reluctant to part with them. Just like what Bishop Bunyan said, even if they wanted to stop now, they could not do so. Lord Arthur had completely activated the internal defense mechanism of the divine artifact. If Lord Arthur was not killed, the defense mechanism of the divine artifact would not stop. The skeletons would continue to appear and attack Lord Arthur. I hope we can activate those two as soon as possible, Bishop Monselet said helplessly. The two as mentioned by Bishop Monselet were the true trump cards of the divine artifact. A divine artifact made by the Grim Reaper would not only have these level 3 or 4 skeletons. Lord Arthur's spirit is a little strange, Bishop Bunyan said in a deep voice as he stared at David in the light. Although he could not sense it personally, he could see something special from his observation. There's information that Lord Arthur has obtained the spirit of the shrines to practice the illusion spell, Bishop Monselet said as he recalled the information he had just received. If David was here, he would be extremely surprised at the accuracy of Bishop Monselet's information. After all, not many people knew about the illusion spell bestowed by the shrines. Of course, all the top nobles knew about it. As long as it was not related to the shrines, it could not be hidden. There were too many top nobles among the 5 shrines. Bishop Monselet got this information from the Lord of Amos. This information was of a very high level and should not have fallen into the hands of the evil god's followers. He really is a genius. He has only obtained the illusion spell, and his spirit has already become so strong. After hearing Bishop Monselet's explanation, Bishop Bunyan also believed that Lord Arthur had practiced the illusion spell and strengthened his spirit. The main reason was the legend of the illusion spell. Because the illusion spell was a top-level spirit training method that was personally researched by the gods, it was very popular among the 5 shrines. Furthermore, the illusion spell was passed down in a special way, so the Twilight of the Gods could not understand the actual content of the illusion spell. Almost all the level 5 priests had practiced the illusion spell before, which made the illusion spell a myth in the Twilight of the Gods. Lord Arthur cannot be allowed to live. His talent is too scary. Bishop Monselet nodded and said. David's speed of killing the skeletons was getting faster and faster. His movements were noticeably faster, and the black spears around him also increased their attack speed. The area within 200 meters around him had become a land of death. As long as a skeleton entered, it would either be scattered by the black spears or destroyed by the poison. Lord Arthur, attack in this direction. I seem to have discovered something interesting, Black Dragon Alexis said to David through the contract. David did not hesitate and immediately turned in the direction pointed by Black Dragon Alexis. It was the same no matter which direction he went. There were endless skeletons all around him. If David was not worried that he would reveal his full strength and scare away the enemies hiding nearby, he would have used all his strength to kill the skeletons faster. Attack in this direction again, Black Dragon Alexis said again. Under the guidance of Black Dragon Alexis, David changed directions more than 10 times. Lord Arthur, my soul has not recovered, and my judgment is not very accurate. However, based on the scene just now, I can tell you with certainty that this space is the interior of a divine artifact. Black Dragon Alexis reported to David after coming to a conclusion. David could not help but be stunned. It turned out that this place was actually inside a divine artifact. Alexis, can you find the location that controls the entry and exit of the divine artifact? David asked after thinking for a while. According to the reaction of the spatial energy, try in that direction. Black Dragon Alexis was not very confident as its soul was severely damaged. Black Dragon Alexis's combat power was not greatly affected, but when it came to using its mind, it was somewhat powerless. If the Black Dragon Alexis was in its peak state, it could easily use its mind to envelop the entire space and directly find the area of control. However, even if the Black Dragon Alexis's soul was damaged, with its strength, it could still find the movement pattern of all the energy through the changes in the energy in all directions. From there, it could find the most likely area of control. Hey, Lord Arthur is coming in our direction. Did he discover us? The fifth-rank Bishop of Monsalate said in disbelief. How is that possible? There are no magic circles in the divine artifact that can be used to observe the space other than where we are. Bishop Bunyan said as he shook his head. This was a divine artifact created by the god of death. As an inherited divine artifact, perhaps it was not very useful in battle, but it was not a problem for it to trap people. With Lord Arthur's strength, how could it be possible for him to find their location? Could it be that Lord Arthur is lucky? Bishop Monsalate asked as he thought of a possibility. This time, Bishop Bunyan was not confident. There was no need to answer whether Lord Arthur was lucky or not. He had just started his knight training more than a year ago, and now he had become a powerful fifth-level knight of the Holy Temple. No one would believe that he did not have any fortuitous encounters during this period. Since it was a fortuitous encounter, it meant that Lord Arthur's luck must be extremely good. Compared to their previous luck, it wasn't impossible for them to find a random direction in the space, and it just so happened to lead them to their current location. Seal the magic circle, and let's leave this place. Bishop Bunyan ordered. Are we leaving the space or going to the other side of the space? Bishop Monsalate asked with uncertainty. Of course we're going to the other side of the space. We'll come back after Lord Arthur leaves. Bishop Bunyan said in a deep voice, although there was a portal in the controlled area in front of them that could be activated and left. How could he be willing to leave this place? The controlled area could be hidden. The concealment magic circle here was set up by the god of death. A magic circle set up with divine runes would definitely not be discovered by Lord Arthur. It was because of this confidence that Bishop Bunyan made such an arrangement. Bishop Bunyan made a move and the light and shadow disappeared. At the same time, several golden lights flickered around them. Everything in front of them disappeared, leaving behind the same environment. Even the skeletons could move around the area set up with divine runes, as if there was really nothing there. Bishop Bunyan and Bishop Monsalate left in a flash. They had a special identity in the space, so all the skeletons ignored their existence. David killed for nearly 100 kilometers in the direction that Black Dragon Alexis said. Naturally, his harvest was huge. A huge amount of soul energy was absorbed, but he did not find anything suspicious. Alexis, are we going in the wrong direction? David asked. The Black Dragon Alexis sat on David's shoulder, raised its head and sensed for a while, and replied with certainty, if my feeling is correct, we should not be far from the controlled area. David did not hesitate. He completely released his spirit and sensed every inch of the space within a radius of 5,000 meters. Unfortunately, his perception did not find anything. He continued to move forward while releasing his perception. Just as David came near where the two level 5 bishops were, the shadow attendant rushed forward, wanting to absorb the soul of a skeleton on the ground. The soul of the skeleton was indeed absorbed, but the shadow attendant seemed to have passed through a barrier and came to another space. The space here had a lot of restrictions on space, but the shadow attendant was a divine servant specially created by the bald, burly god. It specialized in spatial movement, and the space it was in was very special. The space inside the divine artifact did not block this space. This also allowed the shadow attendant to go invisible and travel through space at will. It also allowed the shadow attendant to enter the controlled area protected by the divine rune's magic circle. Chapter 903. Alexis, I think I've found it, David said to Black Dragon Alexis through the contract. Black Dragon Alexis knew that David had a shadow attendant that could turn invisible. It could sense the existence of the shadow attendant. The god who created the shadow attendant must be extremely powerful. Just a moment ago, the shadow attendant disappeared from Black Dragon Alexis's senses. When it heard David's words, it knew that the shadow attendant had entered a special area. Although the rune circle was of a very high level, and even a grandmaster alchemist like David could not break it, that was only on the outside. Now that the shadow attendant had entered the rune circle, the situation was completely different. David used his mind to control the shadow attendant and found the base of the rune circle. The shadow attendant dipped its quill in alchemy ink and drew a pattern on the base of the rune circle that affected the transmission of energy. Just this little bit of influence caused a hole to appear in the originally intricate rune circle, and the hidden rune circle was exposed. David took a step forward. This rune circle was not a defensive circle, but a hidden one, so he easily passed through it. He came to the inside of the rune circle and saw the control panel and the portal. David scanned the control panel with his mind and found a rune that recognized the owner. He had seen this rune on the divine artifact, the Death Chain. "Congratulations, Lord Arthur," Black Dragon Alexis congratulated with a smile. "As long as you control this place, this divine artifact will be under your control." When the divine artifact's owner was a god, it was almost impossible for non-gods to steal the ownership of the divine artifact. Just like when he was in Erlu's seventh satellite, if David did not have the talent of underground sneak, it would have been very difficult to break through the black rock and find the rune of the Death Chain. Even if he found the master recognition pattern, it would be extremely troublesome to replace the god spirit's consciousness. He might even be targeted and attacked by the god spirit. The Black Dragon Alexis loved it when David tried his best to destroy everything that belonged to the god of death. He had a deep grudge with the god of death, and if David obtained one of the god of death's artifacts, it would be equivalent to weakening the god of death by a little. David still used the same old method, activating the hypnosis talent ability. This kind of spiritual talent ability that belonged to the gods exerted a terrifying effect, hypnotizing the consciousness of the god of death in the ownership pattern. Of course, if the Grim Reaper was awake, his consciousness would not be so easily hypnotized. However, if the Grim Reaper wasn't asleep, David would have ordered the Black Dragon Alexis to take him away immediately after knowing that this place belonged to the Grim Reaper. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at the divine consciousness of the Grim Reaper and looked at David with a yearning expression. Of course, David would not refuse. With his ability, there was no way to destroy the consciousness of the Grim Reaper. He used his spirit to enter the ownership pattern and quickly obtained the ownership of this artifact. This artifact was a space card. After David obtained the ownership of the artifact, he could activate the portal and leave at any time. Just when David thought that after becoming the owner of the space card, he could control all the skeletons in the space card, he found that the skeletons, who were originally attacking normally, suddenly went crazy. All of the skeletons sped up and rushed in his direction. The density of the skeletons increased by several times. This increased the pressure on the 96 black spears around David. As soon as they passed by, a new batch of skeletons entered. It turned out that after David became the owner of the space card, he was not a follower of the Grim Reaper and did not have the power of death. This triggered the final defense mechanism of the space card. The Grim Reaper would not allow a non-follower of the Grim Reaper to become the manager of the space card, let alone the owner. As David sped up the attacks of the Black Spears, he quickly looked for the authority of the control panel. He found that there were many functions that could be controlled in this space. One of them was to seal the teleportation inside the space card, so that no portal could be used. This function had been activated, which meant that in the space card, even if he had a temporary portal on him, he would not be able to activate it. Unfortunately, the control panel's function to control all the trial creatures automatically lost its effect after David recognized him as the owner. However, he was now relieved. As long as he occupied this area of control, no one would be able to leave the space token. David did not need to hide his ability. His spirit suddenly expanded to 5,000 meters. The distance of the 96 black spears increased, and the number of skeletons killed with each jump increased greatly. With a thought, the Grim Reaper's chain around his waist automatically extended and turned into 6 metal arms. All the skeletons near him were swept into pieces. David's operation blocked the crazy skeletons 20 meters away from him. Since he did not plan to hide his ability, he naturally did not plan to kill the skeletons slowly. With so many skeletons, he did not know how long it would take to kill them. David activated the plague pattern from his soul space. This terrifying innate ability was extremely effective against groups of skeletons. Ever since his spirit had expanded to 5,000 meters, the effect of the plague innate ability had also expanded to 5,000 meters. A black fog surged out from the plague pattern and spread in all directions. David chose the most lethal one this time, so the black fog was made up of poison that exceeded level 5. Groups of skeletons fell as soon as they entered the black fog. With this kind of killing speed, all the skeletons in the space card would be able to kill all the skeletons as long as they all gathered together. Black Dragon Alexis saw David use the plague innate ability and could not help but be shocked. This was not to say that the plague innate ability was very powerful. This level of poison had no effect on Black Dragon Alexis at all. However, this was a true God-level innate ability. Black Dragon Alexis had already seen David use 2 God-level innate abilities, Hypnosis and Plague. Although David's own ability did not reach the attack power of a God-level innate ability, these 2 innate abilities were true God-level innate abilities. As long as David's ability increased, the Hypnosis and Plague innate abilities would naturally become God-level innate abilities. However, Black Dragon Alexis thought about it again. As a Black Dragon, he had already become David's servant, so it was not strange that David had 2 God-level innate abilities. Bishop Monselet scattered a skeleton that was about to attack him. Then, together with Bishop Bunyan, he activated the power of death and set up a barrier around them. This prevented the skeletons from continuing to attack them. Just now, the skeletons that had ignored them suddenly turned to attack them. Something's wrong, Bishop Monselet said in a deep voice. Lord Arthur has found the control panel, but how can he control it? Bishop Bunyan guessed the reason for the skeleton's madness, but he did not understand how it happened. Not to mention Lord Arthur, even the 2 of them, who were 5th-level bishops, only had administrative authority in the space card of death. This administrative authority was one of the gifts given to them by the god of death when they were promoted to 5th-level bishops. Bishop Monselet and Bishop Bunyan looked at each other, and there was panic in their eyes. They knew very well that in order to prevent Lord Arthur from using the portal in the space card to leave, they had sealed the space inside the space card in advance and could not activate the portal. This operation had now trapped the 2 5th-level bishops in the space card. It was only a matter of time before they were found. When Lord Arthur destroyed the skeletons, they would have nowhere to hide. When Lord Arthur had free time, he would study the control panel and find the automatic tracking function. Through the light and shadow, he would be able to see the non-skeleton's life forms inside the space card. We can only see if Lord Arthur can defeat those 2 beings, Bishop Monselet said softly. Bishop Bunyan gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go now. When Lord Arthur fights with that being, we'll find a chance to take back the control panel." David kept moving in the poisonous plague fog so that the shadow attendant could better absorb the soul energy. He was also calculating the soul energy harvest in his mind. It was really a big harvest this time. Although it was only the soul energy of a level 3 or level 4 skeleton, many level 4 skeletons had more soul energy than a level 5 Knight of the Temple. There were just too many skeletons. The crazy skeletons did not have the consciousness of death. They only knew how to attack. However, As soon as the skeletons entered the black poisonous fog, their bones were immediately corroded by the poison. The level, 3 skeletons were almost completely corroded as soon as they came into contact with the black poisonous fog. Their souls lost their physical body and were exposed to the outside world. They were then absorbed by the shadow attendant. The level, 4 skeletons were a little better. They could rush into the black poisonous fog for a short distance, but they couldn't go too far. Their bones were also corroded and their souls were absorbed. Just as David was feeling very satisfied, the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder suddenly raised its head and looked in a certain direction. David also felt 2 terrifying evil auras approaching from that direction. Damn it, they actually refined a dragon corpse into a skeletal dragon. The black dragon Alexis roared angrily. The black dragon Alexis's voice was full of anger. The age of a dragon was measured in tens of thousands of years. As long as a dragon didn't die in battle or accident, it was an existence that was close to immortal. During the era of the War of the Titans, the dead dragons were all placed in dragon tombs. Every part of a dragon's corpse was extremely precious, and they could only rest in peace in their tombs. The appearance of a skeletal dragon here meant that either the dragon's tomb was robbed or a dragon's corpse was obtained by the Grim Reaper after it died in battle. Regardless of the situation, the black dragon Alexis couldn't tolerate a dragon being refined into a skeletal dragon. This was blasphemy to the dragons. David was shocked. Although he didn't know how strong a skeletal dragon was, as long as it retained a tenth of its strength, it wasn't something he could deal with. Moreover, from the aura he sensed, it was 2 skeletal dragons that were about to arrive. David looked around the control panel. He couldn't stay here any longer. If the skeletal dragons destroyed this place, it would be troublesome. With a thought, he summoned the 12 5th-level Temple Knight and a 5th-level Bishop. Although the 5th-level bloodline power couldn't be used here, the 12 5th-level Temple Knight's strength and speed alone were very strong. Coupled with the support of the 5th-level Bishop, it wouldn't be a problem for them to protect this place. He then used his mind to remove the runes that were affecting the divine pattern array. This way, the outside world wouldn't be able to see the 5th-level combatants he'd left behind. Alexis, how strong are the skeletal dragons? David asked the black dragon Alexis as he walked towards the 2 skeletal dragons. This depends on the skeletal dragon's strength when it was alive. Generally, it's at least at the legendary level. The black dragon Alexis stared straight ahead as it answered. What is the legendary level of strength? This was the first time David had heard of such a level of strength. He couldn't help but ask. The black dragon Alexis came back to its senses. Sensing that the 2 skeletal dragons were still some distance away, it recalled the knowledge of the great world of God that David had passed on to it. The great world of God doesn't have a legendary level, but in our era, those above 5th level are legendary. This is a special level. On the surface, there isn't much special about legendary. It's just a little stronger than 5th level. There isn't an overwhelming increase, but legendary is the foundation of becoming a god, the black dragon Alexis explained after thinking for a while. After the 5 great gods of the great world of God ruled the world, they made some changes. The knight profession was promoted as the main profession of the world. Knight profession had a congenital flaw. This caused a fatal flaw to appear when a knight reached 5th level. Not to mention that a 5th-level temple knight could continue to advance. It was difficult to maintain the strength of a 5th-level temple knight until the end of one's life. The 5 great gods didn't even consider that a knight could advance to legendary. Relative to combat power, as long as one reached 5th level, their combat power would be enough. Above 5th level, one's life would begin to undergo some special transformations. The lifespan of a legendary person would become longer. A longer lifespan would bring more accumulation, more opportunities to mend one's own flaws, increase one's own foundation, and prepare to become a god. The 5 great gods wouldn't allow a new god to appear. They didn't want the chaos of the age of gods to happen again. More importantly, they didn't want a new god to steal their faith. That was why the knight profession was so popular. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, a knight had a fortuitous encounter and succeeded in becoming a legend. However, the shrines had blocked everything about the legend. Without the corresponding knowledge, even if one became a legend, one could only live a little longer. It was impossible to become a god. The shrines had blocked all information about the legend. Over time, the great world of God no longer had any clues about the legend. Even the top nobles didn't have the relevant knowledge. The top nobles only had some speculations about prolonging lifespan in a few words. This was also the motivation for Lord Gould and the other 4 lords to slay a god. Chapter 904. Above level 5 is legendary. David mumbled to himself. He felt that he had a goal now. He had to become legendary, no matter how difficult it was. David had opportunities that other level 5 knight didn't have. He had Black Dragon Alexis's guidance, which would save him a lot of detours. While they were talking, 2 bone dragons over 30 meters tall appeared. Because this was the normal height of bone dragons, the height restriction in the space card didn't affect them. The 2 bone dragons rushed into the black fog of plague. This was a fatal existence to other skeletons, but it posed no threat to the 2 bone dragons. The 2 bone dragons took large strides, covering 100 meters in one step. As the 2 bone dragons ran, David could clearly feel the earth trembling. When the 2 bone dragons were 1,000 meters away from David, David felt a strong spiritual suppression. It was the feeling of encountering a natural enemy, a natural suppression of higher life forms. Right at this moment, the 2 god crystals in his soul space flickered at the same time. He felt his body relax, and the suppressive feeling disappeared in an instant. Black Dragon Alexis was about to help David, but when it saw David recover quickly after stiffening, it couldn't help but sigh at David's strangeness. Lord Arthur, the bone dragons have the dragon's aura, and it has a suppressive effect on all life forms. Black Dragon Alexis explained to David. David nodded and activated his hypnosis innate ability. 2 hypnosis runes flew out and flew towards the 2 huge bone dragons. With the size of the bone dragons, it wouldn't be easy to dodge the hypnosis patterns. However, the bone dragons didn't seem to have any intention of dodging and let the hypnosis patterns hit them. The hypnosis patterns entered the bone dragon skulls, but there was no more news. David remembered what Black Dragon Alexis had said. Dragons were immune to spiritual attacks, so he had to change his fighting style. He didn't let the Black Dragon Alexis attack. He wanted to test the bone dragon's combat ability and see how strong a legend was. David wanted to soar into the air. Otherwise, he would not be able to hurt the bone dragon that was over 30 meters tall. As soon as he rose into the air, he was blocked 10 meters away. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had forgotten about this. David moved his mind, and the level 5 bishop who was left at the control panel came to the side of the control panel and operated it. The restriction of 10 meters in front of David disappeared in an instant. His body flew to a height of 30 meters. Without this height, he would not be able to attack the bone dragon's head. As for the rest of the bone dragon's bones, David estimated that his grade 5 light long sword wouldn't be able to inflict any fatal damage on them. The 2 bone dragons arrived in front of David. The bone dragon on the left opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar. The dragon's roar strengthened the draconic aura, and a wave of pressure rushed towards David. The 2 god crystals in David's soul space flickered a few times, but the draconic aura did not suppress David. Along with the draconic aura came an energy full of death. Since David could not use his grade 5 bloodline power to form the bloodline power armor, the death energy came into contact with the black armor directly. In fact, even if David could use his bloodline power, the rules inside the space card allowed him to do so. The black armor blocked part of the death energy, but some of it still came into contact with David's skin. David felt the life force draining from his skin. The death energy was like the natural enemy of life force. It would attack and devour life force as soon as it came into contact with it. Just as he was about to react, his bones reacted on their own. An undying life force came out of his bones and flowed to the death energy. The death energy dissipated in an instant. David's body turned into a phantom in the air. The shadow he left behind was shattered by the bone dragon on the right. David was shocked. He had great confidence in his speed. After going through many speed enhancements, his speed was even faster than the grade 5 Temple Knight's energy doppelganger. He had always thought that his speed was the limit, but the attack from a bone dragon on the right was not slower than him. Moreover, the bone dragon's body was much larger than David's, which put him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, David's strong point was his ability to judge and analyze. The 96-soul doppelgangers allowed him to react faster than the bone dragon. His reaction speed was faster by a hair, which gave him enough time to dodge the bone dragon's attack. David dodged the attack from the bone dragon on the right. The grade 5 light longsword in his hand slashed at the bone dragon's forearm. With his strength and the sharpness of the grade 5 light longsword, he didn't believe that there was anything that could block his attack. However, reality gave David a clear counterattack. The grade 5 light longsword bounced off the bone of the bone dragon's forearm, leaving only a faint mark on the bone. Compared to the bone dragon's thick bones, this mark couldn't even be considered a wound. It could only be considered scratch. As he thought about it, David dodged several attacks from the two bone dragons in a row. Around David, the sound of air exploding was like thunder. The skeleton army that didn't know the meaning of death charged at David regardless of the fact that they were still fighting. However, they were shattered into pieces by the shock waves from the air explosions. David chose the bone dragon's forearm. Taking advantage of the opportunity to dodge, he slashed at the same place over 10 times in a row. Unfortunately, the damage caused was still far from breaking the bone. When he retreated, the wound on the bone disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lord Arthur, I request your assistance. Although the bone dragon's combat power isn't strong, its defense is at the level of a colossal dragon. Black Dragon Alexis requested. Alexis, I'll have to trouble you. David was very polite to Black Dragon Alexis. Yes, Lord Arthur. Black Dragon Alexis replied. Bishop Monselet and Bishop Bunyan came to the periphery of the control panel. The thunder in the distance let them know that Lord Arthur had been lured away. They needed to use this opportunity to take back the control panel. This was their only way out. The two bishops didn't have the courage to fight Lord Arthur face to face. Their previous plan was to use the undying skeletons in the Divine Artifact space card to exhaust Lord Arthur to death with a sea of skeletons. However, things didn't go as planned. For some reason, those undying skeletons were slaughtered when they faced Lord Arthur. If they had known that Lord Arthur had such an ability, they wouldn't have set up such a trap. They would rather expose some of the Grim Reaper's secrets and ask the bishops of the Twilight of the Gods to besiege Lord Arthur. Bishop Monselet waved his hand. He had done a lot of research on sacred runes. In the past, he didn't hide anything from the sacred runes. He was also a master alchemist who was extremely obsessed with alchemy. He also had some research results on the secrets of the sacred runes. Although David was recognized as the master of the space card and the master of the sacred runes, this couldn't stop Bishop Monselet from deciphering the sacred runes. The sacred runes were revealed from their hidden state. Bishop Monselet saw the situation inside the sacred runes and turned to flee without hesitation. David's bishop was about to attack, but he found that many of his spatial abilities couldn't be used. This made the bishop lose the chance to intercept Bishop Monselet. Bishop Bunyan also saw the situation inside the controlled area. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. 12 level 5 Temple Knight and a level 5 bishop. This kind of strength was enough to wipe out any organization in the great world of God. How can Lord Arthur have the support of so many level 5 masters? Bishop Bunyan turned into a black phantom and fled with Bishop Monselet. The level 5 bishop shook his head. When the skeletons were about to surround them, he reactivated the sacred runes on the control panel. The skeletons lost their target and continued to charge in David's direction. When Lord Arthur came, there weren't any other level 5. Besides, How can a level 5 Temple Knight team up with a level 5 Bishop? Bishop Monselet said as he fled. The two level 5 bishops fled for a distance and found that the 12 level 5 Temple Knight and a level 5 bishop didn't chase after them. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and understood that they seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. However, they couldn't spread the news. Due to their discovery, it was even less likely that they would leave the space card alive. The two level 5 bishops only hoped that Lord Arthur would die in the hands of the two skeletal dragons. They still had a lot of confidence in the two skeletal dragons. In fact, the two level 5 bishops didn't have a realistic idea of how strong the skeletal dragons were. They only knew that there were two skeletal dragons guarding the divine artifact inside the space card left by death. Their strength was enough to suppress a level 5 master. However, the skeletal dragons were usually hidden deep in the sea of bones. The control panel couldn't control them. The skeletal dragons would only appear when a powerful enemy appeared. The black dragon Alexis received David's order and rushed forward. In the process, its huge dragon body returned to its original size. The black dragon Alexis allowed the skeletal dragon on the left to hit its body with its claws. The dragon claws that were sharper than level 5 slid across the black dragon Alexis's scales. The skeletal dragon's attack couldn't even break through the black dragon Alexis's defense. This was also the reason why the black dragon Alexis didn't dodge. The black dragon Alexis's claws grabbed the forearm of the skeletal dragon on the left and suddenly exerted force. The 30-meter-long skeletal dragon was lifted up like a toy and then smashed into the skeletal dragon on the right. Before the skeletal dragon on the right could attack the black dragon Alexis, it was hit by its companion. David, who was watching the battle from the side, was completely focused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see the black dragon Alexis's movements clearly. It was too fast. The skeletal dragon on the right that was hit by the black dragon Alexis was sent flying horizontally. It flew for a distance in the air and plowed a deep trench that was hundreds of meters long on the ground. Along the way, all the skeletons on the path were smashed. However, the skeletal dragon's defense was also very terrifying. Even with such a smash, whether it was the skeletal dragon in the black dragon Alexis's hand or the one that was sent flying, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only some bones were broken. The skeletal dragon's body was in the space card. The space here was filled with the power of death. The skeletal dragon only needed to absorb the power of death to recover. This was also why the skeletons in the space card were immortal. After the skeletons were destroyed, David used the shadow attendant to absorb the souls that had lost their protection. This caused the skeletons to be unable to come back to life. David was also very busy at the moment. He had to constantly fly around the dead skeletons and let the shadow attendant absorb the souls. Otherwise, these skeletons would still come back to life. The skeletal dragon in the black dragon Alexis's hand used all kinds of methods. It used its other dragon claw, tailbone, and teeth, but it still couldn't break through the black dragon Alexis's defense. All the attacks were futile in front of the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis grabbed the skeletal dragon's head where its body and head intersected. Two dragon claws suddenly exerted force. With a crack, the skeletal dragon's head and body separated. The black dragon Alexis didn't stop there. This kind of injury would be fatal to a normal creature, but the skeletal dragon could still recover. The black dragon Alexis grabbed the skeletal dragon's upper and lower jaw with two dragon claws and let out a dragon's roar. The skeletal dragon's head was forcefully separated from its mouth, revealing the faint blue soul flames inside. At this moment, the shadow attendant appeared immediately and absorbed the soul. The black dragon Alexis was slightly stunned, but it didn't say anything. This kind of contaminated dragon soul also lost the ability to return to the origin of the world. Rather than being destroyed, it would be better to increase the strength of its master. The other skeletal dragon had already climbed up from the deep trench on the ground. The skeletal dragon opened its mouth, and a black ball of light was growing in its mouth. How could the black dragon Alexis give the skeletal dragon a chance to fight back? It was even faster than the skeletal dragon. Its huge body flashed and arrived in front of the skeletal dragon. It slapped the skeletal dragon's open mouth with its claw. The black ball of light was directly smashed into the skeletal dragon's mouth. The skeletal dragon let out an unpleasant dragon's roar, seeming to have suffered quite a bit of damage. The black dragon Alexis sat heavily on the skeletal dragon's body, and this caused the skeletal dragon to sink into the ground. The black dragon Alexis's left and right dragon claws kept hitting the skeletal dragon's skull. The skull's bones were extremely sturdy, and the black dragon Alexis didn't aim at the intersection of the bones. Naturally, it couldn't break the skeletal dragon's skull very quickly. This was also the black dragon Alexis's intention. This skeletal dragon was no match for it at all, and it would be very easy to kill it. However, at this moment, the black dragon Alexis was venting. Through the crazy attacks, it was venting the anger and grievance that had been imprisoned and tortured for tens of thousands of years through the attacks of its dragon claws. Cracks appeared on the skeletal dragon's skull under the repeated attacks. Although the skeletal dragon wanted to absorb the power of death to recover its skull, the power of death's recovery couldn't compare to the damage caused by the black dragon Alexis. The skeletal dragon's recovery could only prolong the time it was attacked. It couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. Chapter 905. The black dragon Alexis, who had been suppressing itself all this while, felt refreshed after killing the two bone dragons. It couldn't help but let out a loud dragon roar. Following the dragon's roar, a large number of skeletons collapsed in the shockwave caused by the dragon's roar. David hurriedly sped up and flew above the skeletons on the ground. To kill these skeletons, the shadow attendant needed to absorb their souls. The black dragon Alexis was indeed very powerful, but its soul had been severely injured. Its attack and defense had mostly recovered, but it lacked the means to attack the soul. Besides, David didn't want to waste any soul energy. This soul energy was extremely precious, and he didn't know if there would be such a good opportunity in the future. The black dragon Alexis, who was preparing to return to its kitten form, suddenly looked into the distance. In its normal state, the black dragon Alexis had sensitive senses. "Lord Arthur, I found two little bugs. I'll catch them for you," the black dragon Alexis said in a deep voice. In this state, the black dragon Alexis's words were like thunder. After receiving David's permission, the black dragon Alexis's huge body flashed and turned into a black belt of light. Compared to the black dragon Alexis's huge body, this speed made David's scalp tingle. David looked at the dragon bones on the ground. Apart from the skull, the rest of the dragon bones were complete. He had attacked dragon bones before, so he knew how sturdy they were. He scanned with his mind and put all the dragon bones into the space pendant. These dragon bones must be very valuable. After putting away the dragon bones, David also chased after the black dragon Alexis. Along the way, the shadow attendant also collected the souls of the skeletons that were destroyed by the black dragon Alexis's attack. Bishop Bunyan and Bishop Monselet chose to take the initiative to find Lord Arthur. When Lord Arthur was fighting with the two bone dragons, they sneaked up on him. They chased after the dragon's roar and flew in the direction of the dragon's roar as fast as they could. They could tell that it was the dragon's roar. However, when they were still far away from the dragon's roar suddenly disappeared. The two bishops couldn't help but look at each other, and an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Just as they were considering whether to go over to check it out, another dragon's roar sounded. This dragon's roar was completely different from the previous one. The previous dragon's roar had no trace of emotion, but this dragon's roar was full of arrogance. It was definitely not a bone dragon that was emitting such an imposing dragon roar. The fifth-grade bishop of Montserrat felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair almost stood on end. Bishop Bunyan had the same feeling. However, he had experienced too much life extension, and his skin had been damaged. He no longer had any hair, but the fear in his heart was just as great as that of Bishop Monsalate. Run! Bishop Monsalate, the black dragon Mona, and Monsalate, the dragons roar. They soared into the air and turned around, but their bodies stiffened, and they were forced to stay where they were. This was because the two bishops felt a suppression from their souls. This oppression made them unable to resist at all, and they lost their ability to move. It's the black dragon imprisoned in the seventh satellite. Bishop Monsalate Bunyan thought to himself, only the legendary giant dragons could have such a suppression. This was the might of a dragon, a terror that dominated an era. The figure of the black dragon, Alexis, appeared. Its 30-meter-tall body was like a small mountain. It did not make a move. In front of it, the two bishops had no ability to resist at all. The black dragon Alexis promised David to capture, not kill. Even if it hated the followers of the god of death, it still controlled its emotions. David's figure soon arrived at the scene. The shadow attendant had not stopped since the beginning, constantly absorbing the soul energy of the skeletons. David did not have to worry too much. Some of the fallen skeletons that did not have their soul energy absorbed would continue to stand up and come to their deaths. The black dragon Alexis stood there, and as soon as the skeletons around it approached, they would automatically be crushed by its terrifying aura. Alexis, well done. David praised the black dragon Alexis with a smile when he saw the two bishops frozen in the air. The black dragon Alexis, who was praised, bowed its huge body in response to David's praise. Bishop Monsalate and Bishop Bunyan could not move, but they could see the appearance of the black dragon Alexis. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful giant dragon would show such a strong reaction to Lord Arthur's praise. Bishop Bunyan rarely regretted his actions, but now he was regretting it. This Lord Arthur was definitely the most terrifying existence he had ever met. Looking at the black fog lingering around Lord Arthur, this Lord Arthur was obviously more like a believer of an evil god than he was. When Lord Arthur arrived, Bishop Bunyan could already feel the corrosion of the black fog around Lord Arthur. He felt that his body was being attacked by a poison that exceeded the power of a level 5 poison. His body, which had experienced countless lifespan extension, had long been resistant to negative effects. At this time, the damage of a level 5 poison was very limited. Bishop Monsalate, on the other hand, had just been promoted to a level 5 bishop, so his body was still normal. At this time, under the influence of the plague poison, his whole body turned black. Since they were suppressed by the black dragon Alexis and could not defend themselves, the two bishops could only passively endure the plague poison attack. David did not want the bodies of the two bishops to be corroded by the poison, so he directly swung his sword twice and killed the two bishops. The moment he killed the two bishops, a shadow rose from Bishop Bunyan's body. It was a shadow in a black robe. As soon as this shadow appeared, the whole space trembled. The shadow's gaze swept past David, making David's body stiffen. However, in David's soul space, 2 god crystals shone, allowing David to regain the ability to move. David's figure flashed and quickly retreated. A level 5 shield appeared in his hand, and the chain of death spread out around his body, turning into 6 layers of protection. After seeing the chain of death, the shadow seemed to be even angrier. Under the black robe, 2 golden lights flashed in the originally undetectable eyes and quickly gathered the power of death around. At this moment, David felt the threat of death. The level 5 shield in his hand and the Black Knight's armor on his body did not provide him with any confidence. A mere incarnation of death dares to be so arrogant. Black Dragon Alexis let out an angry roar, its figure blocking in front of David. The incarnation of death quickly grew to the same size as Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis, I will capture you again. And this human, I will throw him into purgatory. Let his soul struggle in the flames forever, and let his wails become my nocturne. The voice of the incarnation of death sounded faintly, echoing in the space. At this moment, David truly felt how small he was. At the same time, he felt like he was being locked on, as if he was being watched by an extremely powerful enemy. David knew that he was being watched by the real death. This kind of attention was malicious. The sleeping death would only act based on its instincts, so there was no need to worry that the death would come in person. However, David did not like this feeling. He thought that he was very powerful, but he encountered the bone dragon and the incarnation of death in such a short time. However, David knew his own advantages. He now had the black dragon Alexis, and he himself had also transformed into a young black dragon. As long as he continued to train, it was only a matter of time before he became a powerful existence that could fight against the death. Death, my name is Arthur. The next time we meet, I will trample your divine body under my feet. David stretched out his body from behind the black dragon Alexis and loudly declared to the incarnation of death. David's words made the incarnation of death extremely angry. Even though it had been chased by the shrines for tens of thousands of years, the death was still a god, and it had never been humiliated like this. In addition, the death chain that appeared beside David, as well as the obvious contractual relationship between him and the black dragon Alexis, all reflected that David had rescued the black dragon Alexis and destroyed the death's plan. The incarnation of death knew very well that it was impossible to defeat the black dragon Alexis in this incarnation state. The incarnation of death was the last thing the death god had left in the world after he fell into a deep slumber. It had always been hidden in the statue, receiving the baptism of faith. This time, due to the destruction of the seventh satellite of planet Telia, the slumbering death automatically analyzed the situation and left the incarnation of death in the body of Bishop Bunyan. The process of Bishop Bunyan going from being suppressed to being killed was too fast. While the incarnation of death was still being activated, Bishop Bunyan was already killed by David. Although the incarnation of death had experienced the baptism of faith for countless years, it could only barely maintain its existence. The energy in the incarnation of death could only support it for a short period of time. An opponent like the black dragon Alexis, its defense was too strong, and it could not be broken in a short time. Besides, the incarnation of death's defense could not withstand the attack of the black dragon Alexis at all, so the incarnation of death made the most direct response in anger. The incarnation of death gave up on the idea of fighting the black dragon Alexis. It gathered all its divine power and launched a mortal strike at David. Two golden lights shot out from the eyes of the incarnation of death and penetrated into the void. When it reappeared, it was right in front of David. As soon as David said that, he felt his heart palpitate. A pair of wings stretched out from his back and wrapped him tightly. The black dragon Alexis also noticed the attack of the incarnation of death. It let out a dragon roar and pounced on the incarnation of death. Time in the world seemed to slow down at this moment. The black dragon Alexis' dragon claw was slashing down from the head of the incarnation of death. On the other side, the incarnation of death's mortal strike also hit David. The mortal strike was a powerful attack of the death god. There were only two results when it hit the enemy. Either they were immune or they died. Immunity would only occur in battles of the same level. However, in battles of the same level, very few people of the same level would be willing to take the mortal strike head-on, because no one wanted to encounter the probability of death. When a mortal strike attacked a weak opponent, there would only be one result, and that was death. The incarnation of death hated David to the core. That was why it used all of its divine power to launch the mortal strike. The incarnation of death had no intention of letting David live at all. The black dragon Alexis was also extremely angry. If David died, not to mention the fact that David had saved its life and the recent harmonious relationship between the two sides, the backlash of the master-servant contract after David's death was not something that the black dragon Alexis could bear. However, the attack of the mortal strike did not change according to the will of the black dragon Alexis. David took the full brunt of the attack. However, The attack of the mortal strike was the energy feather wings that flickered with a milky white light. David's entire body was protected by the energy feather wings. The attack of the incarnation of death with the divine power of death collided with the intense aura of life on the energy feather wings. The attack of the incarnation of death was a pure energy attack, and the energy feather wings were not only made up of energy feathers made up of life energy, but they were also supported by indestructible wing bones. David only felt that he was surrounded by warmth. Although there was a terrifying, evil aura of death outside the warmth, it could not hurt him. The incarnation of death was shocked that the mortal strike was blocked. While the incarnation of death was shocked, the dragon claws of the black dragon Alexis cut open the incarnation of death. This attack started from the head of the incarnation of death and went all the way to the legs of the incarnation of death. The incarnation of death was split into several parts by the dragon claws, and then shattered by the terrifying power contained in the dragon claws. "Lord Arthur, are you all right?" The black dragon Alexis did not feel the backlash of the soul, but it still did not believe that David could escape the mortal strike. In the last period of the era of the dragons, the mortal strike of the god of death was very famous. The choice of life or death caused many powerful beings on the same level as the god of death to fall. Although the mortal strike of the incarnation of death was far less powerful than the mortal strike of the real god of death, David was not a powerful being on the same level as the god of death. Under the mortal strike, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. To be honest, the damage to the soul of the black dragon Alexis greatly affected. Otherwise, it would have been able to respond better. The damage to the soul meant that the black dragon Alexis could only use its physical body to fight, and some of the secret dragon techniques could not be used. The energy feather wings separated, revealing David's face inside. His face was a little pale, which was the effect of the divine power of the mortal strike. David's strength was too weak. In the face of divine power, the crushing feeling was far beyond his imagination. If it wasn't for the protection of the energy feather wings, he wouldn't have been able to withstand an ordinary divine power attack, let alone a fatal blow. Still alive, David shook his head. To be able to say such arrogant words in front of the incarnation of a powerful God and survive, he felt a kind of blasphemous pleasure. Chapter 906. Lord Arthur, I didn't protect you well. Black Dragon Alexis blamed himself. Black Dragon Alexis was still looking at the wings on David's back. He couldn't understand how such a pair of wings could block the death god's fatal blow. Actually, it was easy to understand. The battle angel's bones were as hard as a giant dragon's bones. In fact, they were even harder. The battle angel's bones were filled with strong vitality. The death god's fatal blow contained the power of death. The two powers were at opposite extremes. That was why David was able to survive. "It's not your fault. I was too arrogant," David said with a wry smile as he waved his hand. David indeed felt that he was too arrogant. He actually said such insulting words in front of the death god's incarnation. Perhaps if he hadn't said those words, the death god's incarnation wouldn't have been so decisive and used the fatal blow. As they were talking, the shadow attendant flew past the death god's incarnation's energy shard and absorbed a ball of golden light. "Alexis, let's clean up all the undead creatures here," David said to the black dragon Alexis. At this point, David didn't need to use his plague talent ability. He didn't even need to use the 96 black spears and the death god's chains. The black dragon Alexis stood there, and the sea of skeletons gathered towards David. Then, they were crushed by the black dragon Alexis's aura. These skeletons were rank 4 at most, but they were as weak as babies in front of Alexis. Today, David truly saw the power of the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis easily killed the 2 bone dragons. Even the black dragon Alexis, who made David feel that the death god's incarnation was in mortal danger, only needed one attack to destroy it. However, David also saw the black dragon Alexis' weakness. The black dragon Alexis only had physical attacks left. before its soul recovered, it would not be able to provide comprehensive protection. David shook his head hard at the thought. Why would he want to be protected? He was now a young black dragon. According to his own judgment, he would be able to become a legend as mentioned by the black dragon Alexis. In order to make it easier for the shadow attendant to absorb soul energy, David didn't have to run around. The black dragon Alexis controlled its aura to a range of 1,000 meters, which allowed David to relax. Time slowly passed. After 10 hours, the battle, or rather, the massacre, finally ended. The reason why it would take 10 hours was because the space inside the artifact space card was the fastest for a LV-3 or LV-4 skeleton to reach David's location. As for the battle, there was no process at all. It was just a sea of skeletons approaching. Then, the skeletons would be crushed and the shadow attendant would absorb their souls. It's over. David stretched lazily. He didn't need to fight, but seeing the sea of skeletons charging at him made him feel tired. This wasn't mental exhaustion, but an indescribable feeling. Seeing the skeletons that originally belonged to humans fall in droves made him very uncomfortable. David told himself that he had to become stronger. He couldn't become one of them. The black dragon Alexis also turned back into a kitten and jumped back onto David's shoulder. David soared into the air and flew towards the control panel. Back at the control panel, David put away the 12 level 5 Temple Knight and the level 5 Bishop. Only then did he control the control panel to turn off the teleportation restriction and activate the portal at the side. David stepped out of the portal and found himself in the middle of a great hall. In front of him was a statue of the Grim Reaper, holding a black tablet in its hand. Through a spiritual connection, he knew that the tablet was the divine artifact space tablet. David had even faced the real Grim Reaper, so he naturally wouldn't care about a statue of the Grim Reaper. With a wave of his hand, the black divine artifact space tablet fell into his hand. The black dragon Alexis on David's shoulder glanced at the divine artifact space anchor stone and said, "What a big deal, using space anchor stone to make a divine artifact. Space anchor stone, why haven't I heard of it before?" David looked at the divine artifact space tablet in his hand and confirmed that he had never seen this material before and couldn't help but ask. David was now considered the strongest alchemy grandmaster in the great world of God, and he had read many books in order to study the hieroglyphic, but he had never even heard of the name Space Anchor Stone. Black Dragon Alexis explained, "Space Anchor Stone is not produced in normal space, but an extremely rare material in space-time turbulence. It is said that it is produced after the space-time turbulence has been compressed for a long time, and the probability of it appearing is very low. The biggest use of Space Anchor Stone is to stabilize space fragments and maintain the internal rules." Of course, David knew about the uniqueness of space fragments, and he had one of them. That space fragment couldn't be carried around at all unless he didn't use any space transportation, and he couldn't put it away, so he could only use energy to carry it. David shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the space in this space tablet is not very useful to me." The divine artifact space tablet was filled with the power of death. Perhaps the power of death was an excellent place for the followers of the Grim Reaper to train, but to David, it was useless. If there was any use for the divine artifact space tablet, it could only allow his level 5 Temple Knight and level 5 Bishop to have more space to move around, and they didn't need to squeeze into a small summoning ring. In addition, David's level 4 Sonic Steel Beetle and Assassin Mantis Puppet didn't need to be placed in a summoning ring, as the space in the divine artifact space tablet was enough for them to move around. Black Dragon Alexis reminded David, "Sir Arthur, you have underestimated the use of Space Anchor Stone. This divine artifact space tablet can store not only one space fragment, but also your space fragment. Will there be any impact after the space fragment is stored in the space tablet?" David hurriedly asked. That space fragment was very important to David, and he didn't want it to be damaged for the sake of convenience. Black Dragon Alexis continued to explain, "There won't be any impact on the space fragment. If there is any impact, it would be that after the space fragment is stored in the space tablet, it can be carried around. The space within the space fragment will also be more stable, and it won't be unable to withstand your full power. Not a bad divine artifact. David laughed. This divine artifact space tablet had solved a big problem for him. David finally had the time to look around. This was a shrines, but there wasn't a trace of the Grim Reaper's aura in this shrines, not even a trace of evil. It was just like an ordinary ancient site. David summoned his shadow pterosaur and sat on its back. The shadow pterosaur activated its invisibility ability and then moved in a flash out of the shrine's main hall. Outside the main hall, there were a few servants sweeping the floor. David only glanced at them, but he didn't do anything. These servants didn't have the aura of an evil god's followers. He released his spirit and covered a range of 5 kilometers. This was just an ordinary town, with a trainee knight maintaining order. There were no evil god's followers in the town. No one would have thought that such a quiet and peaceful town would be an important stronghold for the Grim Reaper's followers, and a divine artifact space tablet was stored there. The shrines here weren't shrines, either. It was just an ancient site that was taken care of by the town. David didn't disturb the people in the town. He commanded his shadow pterosaur to leave the town and took out an alchemy map to find the location of the planet he was on. He then used the planet-level portal to return to Gammy Planet. When he saw the familiar Gammy Planet, he let out a long sigh of relief. In the main hall of the God's Dusk, many level 5 bishops were gathered together and discussing something. Recently, the level 5 bishops kept returning to the God's Dusk, which made the place lively. I heard that there's a new level 5 bishop in the God's Dusk. Where is he? Bishop Aldous asked curiously. Bishop Aldous was a level 5 bishop who had just returned. There hadn't been a new level 5 bishop in the God's Dusk for many years, so he was naturally curious about the new member. This isn't a good thing. It seems like something big has happened, causing that person to pay a hefty price to forcefully raise a 5th-ranked bishop. Kingsley's 5th-ranked bishop explained in a very low voice that alternated between a man and a woman. Bishop Kingsley only believed in the god of evil spirits. He didn't believe in the Grim Reaper, so he just treated it as something to talk about. What kind of thing would make that person pay such a price? Bishop Aldous was even more curious now. It should be known that the sleeping gods were slowly accumulating divine power. The gods would not easily consume their divine power. This was the foundation of their awakening. Raising a level 5 bishop required a lot of effort. Otherwise, they wouldn't let the evil gods' followers level up on their own. It would take hundreds of years for a new level 5 bishop to appear. If a god was willing to spend so much divine power to raise a level 5 bishop, then something big must have happened. It was even more important than the accumulation of divine power. Could it have something to do with the 7th moon of planet Kelia? Bishop Jeffers asked softly. It's possible. After the 7th moon of planet Kelia was destroyed, Monsalit was promoted to a level 5 bishop. Bunyan and Monsalit have been acting strangely recently. Bishop Kingsley nodded in agreement. That person's followers have been dying recently, and it has caused a lot of trouble. Bishop Jeffers continued. It had nothing to do with them, but it had something to do with the gods. This kind of information that could reveal the secrets of the gods made the level 5 bishops more and more excited. Just as the level 5 bishops were getting more and more excited, the statue of the Grim Reaper in the hall suddenly made a crisp sound. The level 5 bishops were shocked. They thought that they had attracted the attention of the Grim Reaper when they talked about him. However, the possibility of that was very low. The sleeping Grim Reaper wouldn't react to such a small matter. This was why the level 5 bishops didn't care. A few of the grade 5 bishops hurriedly looked at the statue of the god of death. There was a crack on the statue of the god of death. The sound was the sound of the statue cracking. Something big has happened, Bishop Jeffers exclaimed. Not to mention how hard the material used to make the statue in the hall was. The power of faith in the statue made it impossible for it to be damaged easily. There was only one possibility for a crack to appear on the statue. Something had happened to the god behind the statue. If anything happened to a god, it would be a big deal. There were a total of 12 ancient gods in the twilight of the gods, and the Grim Reaper was one of the strongest among them. "It's just a crack." Bishop Kingsley's expression changed slightly, but he quickly reacted and said, "The statue of the Grim Reaper did not continue to be damaged after the crack." This meant that the Grim Reaper was fine. He was just affected by something. However, the purpose of the Twilight of the Gods was to serve the 12 ancient gods. Now that there was a crack on the statue of the Grim Reaper, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Immediately mobilize all intelligence personnel and investigate what exactly happened. Kingsley, the fifth-ranked bishop, ordered outside the basilica. Bishop Jeffers, on the other hand, took out a communication circle and tried to contact Bishop Bunyan, but after a few attempts, he gave up. He took out a life detection talisman and hesitated. The life detection talisman was very precious. Every time he used it, he would have one less. The life detection talisman could accurately detect whether a life was still alive. The life detection talisman was passed down from generation to generation. It was rare for an alchemist to make such a talisman to appear in a few hundred years. Bishop Jeffers activated the life detection talisman with his mind. He had a strong feeling that the crack on the statue of the Grim Reaper had something to do with Bishop Bunyan. Recently, Bishop Bunyan had been mobilizing the resources of the Twilight of the Gods, but he didn't discuss anything with them. The life detection talisman turned into a strange pattern and flashed in the air. Bishop Jeffers took out a cushion and threw it at the pattern. The cushion was the one that Bishop Bunyan often sat on. It had the aura of a bishop. After the life detection talisman received the aura of the cushion, it kept flashing between green and red. It flashed faster and faster. The other bishops stopped what they were doing and stared at the life detection talisman, waiting for the final result. The light of the life detection talisman finally stopped at red. It was a glaring red like blood. "Bunyan has fallen," Bishop Jeffers said in a deep voice. "Investigate Mons Salat's situation again." Bishop Kingsley, who was at the side, urged. It was not the time to save the life detection talisman, so Bishop Jeffers didn't say much. He took out another life detection talisman and gave an order before activating it. After a while, someone came in with a piece of parchment. It was a letter personally written by the 5th-grade bishop of Mons Salat, who had sent it to the Twilight of the Gods. "Mons Salat has fallen too," Bishop Jeffers said as he looked at the red light that appeared again. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."